Good morning. I'm going to call the Oregon Transportation Commission meeting of March 13, 2025 to order. Thank you for everyone joining us today. And we are in Salem. Of course, we're in Salem. Everyone is in Salem today. So for my comments this morning, I just wanted to start out by thanking staff. And I'm talking about all ODOT staff. In general, we've had some pretty weather-related incidents lately, and I know that they're all on high alert and working a lot of hours. But in addition to that, all of the other staff that are involved in getting us data, getting us information, as we're in session, there are questions that come up constantly. Our legislators need information from us, and I know that all of them have been working many hours. And so I want to thank them because it's that kind of dedication that is helpful to the leadership to be able to answer those hard questions that were being asked. And to the director and to Lindsay both, Spaker, thank you for your diligence at the Capitol. I know that you're putting in long hours. As is some of the commissioners here have also been at the Capitol answering questions, and we're tired. We're all tired, but we see that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. I hope it's not the train. I'm just joking. but in general, we know that we're going to get to the end of this, and that the questions that have been asked of us will be answered, and that people will see that ODOT is doing their job. So again, I want to thank the staff and all of the employees of ODOT for their due diligence in what they've been doing. And that is the end of my comment. We're going to move on to item B, which is public comment. So I believe we have a couple people that may be joining us for public comment. The first one is Mr. Cartwright. He's joining, so it will be just 1 second. Is he joining? Okay. Is he on? We're having a hard time pulling them over. Okay, that's fine. Technology. I would do a song and dance, but to entertain all of you. Yeah. Here he comes. Great. Thank you for being patient with us as we got our technology in order. So, Mr. Cartwright, good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you very much. And I'm sure part of the technology problem was at my end. And thank you for bearing with me. For the record, Joe Cartwright, I'm an economist with City Observatory. I'd like to address two issues on the agenda today. They have to do with finance and climate. ODOT claims to be facing a fiscal crisis, and it blames EVs and more efficient cars. It says, quote, with increased fuel efficiency and more EVs, Oregon sees lower tax revenue and less money available to maintain the transportation system. In fact, that's untrue. Annual motor vehicle fuel tax revenue, the source most closely tied to fuel consumption, is up by $100 million over the last 5 years. And going forward, ODOT's latest revised forecast has increased the amount of money you expect from motor fuel taxes by $60 million through 2033. The real problem isn't revenue, it's mega project cost overruns. The IBR has gone from 4.8 billion up to 7.5 billion and will go higher. The Rose Quarter was approved at 450 million and is now 1.9 billion. The Abernathy Bridge was given a go-ahead at 250 million. It's now 815 million and will go higher. To put these cost overruns in perspective, costs on just these three projects have risen by $4.8 billion in the last 5 years, which is vastly greater than any change in ODOT's revenue, which has been up. ODOT has a spending problem, not a revenue problem. And that's not all. We know the Hood River Bridge has gone from $500 million to $1 billion. The Salem Center Street Bridge has tripled to $200 million. There are a lot of reasons for these cost overruns, but there's a common element. 4 of them are bridges. And drilling shafts for these bridges is vastly more difficult and expensive than ODOT has estimated. And they have overlooked key geotechnical issues. And it's not that they're not aware. IBR's risk analysis published 2 years ago showed that they knew there were problems with drilling shafts. They called it, quote, a contractor's pot of gold, meaning that when you ran into obstacles, there'd be change owners and contractors would make lots of money. It's a management axiom that you get the behavior that you reward. And faced with chronic overruns, this body, the Transportation Commission, has time and again frowned, shrugged, and then simply given more money to the same people to do more of the same. You are rewarding people for lowballing early cost estimates, minimizing and ignoring risks, and then they stick you with the bill later on. As a result, we can expect more of the same in the future. In fact, all 3 of the mega projects I mentioned earlier are all pending new and higher cost estimates. And IBR, which knew it needed to increase its estimate in January of 2024, has delayed releasing a new cost estimate until June of this year, i.e. after the legislature resigns. So you have cost overruns because that's what you're managing for. That's the set of incentives you've given to your employees and to contractors. Now, if I may, just a brief word about climate. Later today, you'll be talking about your strategic action plan. And you say you care about climate and you recognize that we need to reduce VMT, vehicle miles traveled per capita, by about 20%. And I'd say that's an objective, but it's really part of your strategy, which is really more of a concept of a strategy. The milestone, and I'm quoting here from your strategic action plan, is to next year, quote, develop an implementation strategy for the statewide transportation strategy. That begins to sound a lot like word salad. But reducing VMT has been a stated goal since 2013, and we've made absolutely no progress in it. ODOT's own transportation emissions website shows that VMT per capita is essentially flat and shows no signs of declining. And meanwhile, at the same time, you're investing in billions of dollars of projects that guarantee an increase in vehicle miles traveled. In fact, each of the projects I mentioned, the IBR, the Rose Quarter, and the Abernathy Bridge, are all predicated on traffic projections that assume that VMT increases and that there is no reduction in vehicle miles traveled per person. So while you purport to have a quote unquote climate lens on your investments, you're actually investing in freeway capacity that is absolutely contrary to your stated environmental goals. With that, I appreciate your time and thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your comments. And I believe we have one other person, that is in person. Is Trenton Farrell here? Okay, Trenton is not here, so we will move on to item C, the director's report and consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Chris Strickler, Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation, privileged to serve in that role, and we have several update items that I'd like to go through today for the commission. Starting first, Madam Chair, I want to appreciate your mention of the team responding to all of the things that they've been responding to. Our team is a dedicated team of people who live here, work here, and really love Oregon. And so providing that service is key and paramount to, frankly, why they exist in their career in a lot of ways. And so the weather response, the response to legislative requests, which I have seen to be a really robust engagement up to this point, and I expect that to continue. And we look forward to that because as we answer those questions, there's greater awareness for the legislative building, as well as for us on what's important to Oregonians. And we want to continue to evolve to make sure that we hit those targets. So I want to thank you for that acknowledgement and that recognition because it's really important for our team right now. There's a lot of tired folks, a lot of change in the world, and our team is really trying to respond to all of those changes and still deliver on the service that people have grown to expect from us. A couple of other quick update items. You'll hear a little bit more later today, but DMV updates. I want to just read through a few of the updates that we've had since the last time we met. On February 26th, DMV resumed the Oregon Motor Voter transfer of files to the Secretary of State. That's on the heels of 4 monthly record sampling quality assurance processes and reviews that have found 0 errors. So that's an important step in the ability to turn the Oregon Motor Voter transfer back on and continuing to provide those mitigations for the legacy issues that have been longstanding within that work. In addition to that, since December 10, DMV Express self-service kiosks have been placed in Fred Meyer stores for customer convenience. I won't list all of the locations, but that is a big win for Oregonians and a big win for DMV to provide a self-service counter for the first time in DMV's history. It's a fantastic accomplishment, and I appreciate the work that they've done in order to implement that. January 31st of this year was the final day of operation for the Mall 205 DMV office. That office had 18 employees that were reassigned to other nearby offices. This is in this constant evolution of trying to manage to the need that we have, and then also recognizing that some of the facilities that we are working in and that our team is working in just simply don't meet the needs of what we would like to be serving, but also they don't meet the needs for what Oregonians expect out of us. And many of our facilities are leased facilities. And so the last thing that I would mention on the DMV front is Real ID. I want to remind everybody that we've been talking about DMV for quite some time. Some of you up there have far more history with DMV Real ID than others. And I would simply say that the enforcement date for Real ID is May 7th. We don't anticipate that changing. So we encourage everybody to get your Real ID so that you can travel in the way that you have wanted to. DMV hired 26 limited duration staff to work exclusively on Real ID. And I can promise you that everybody is extremely busy. The enforcement date is less than 2 months away, so we can reasonably expect demand in the field offices and phones to be through the roof. And a lot of last minute folks coming to the table trying to get their Real ID. So get in as much as you can, or get in early if you can, if you don't have yours already. Transitioning to Region 5, Critical Incident Support Award. Baker City Maintenance Crew received the 2024 Critical Incident Support of the Year Award at the Union and Baker County Law Enforcement Recognition Dinner, which recognizes members of law enforcement and their partners that support them during emergency incidents. Madam Chair, this is right in line with the weather response recognition that you mentioned in your opening remarks. Our teams show up every day, regardless of the incident, and some of them see things that you would never want to see yourself. And that incident response is a day-to-day occurrence for some of our employees, and they show up the next day and they do it again. And so that recognition in Region 5 is fantastic, and we're very appreciative of the work that they do. I'd also like to welcome our new UMO director, Ms. Tiffany Penson. She's in the back of the room there waving. She has joined ODOT as the new Urban Mobility Office Director as of early February. She's a native Oregonian. She brings a significant level of experience and community involvement and a strong people-centered leadership approach to her work. She has more than 20 years of government experience in various capacities with the city of Portland, as well as other elements outside of the city. Board chair of Portland Community College in Kairos PDX, and a board member of the Northwest Native Chamber. So Ms. Penson is very busy. She's diving right in. She's assessing where we need to improve and continuing to evolve. And that's been the theme of a lot of the work that we've been doing over the last several months, as you're aware. Last two, we're coming to the end. I want to acknowledge something that just occurred last night. So our very own Commissioner Chapman was recognized by the Portland Business Journal as the Woman of Influence Award just last night. Congratulations, Commissioner Chapman. And then finally, a little bit out of character, simply because I'm going to ask you to get up in a moment if we can, but I want to recognize some folks that are in the room that have done a fantastic job in one of our project delivery elements within Region 1. Now, this is not the only place that this is occurring. You've heard a lot about our project delivery. You've heard a lot about our need to improve, and you've heard a lot about the things that don't always go so well. At times, we don't necessarily get the opportunity to hear where our team has dove in and actually done a fantastic job of saving Oregonians money. So I want to describe a little bit about the I-5 over 26th Avenue project that was replacing a worn out bridge on Interstate 5 over Southwest 26th in Portland. The construction crews began with the idea of working underneath the existing bridge and essentially building a bridge under the bridge to allow traffic to continue on I-5 and continue to travel along, almost not even recognizing the work that's going on beneath them. Using this method instead of a standard detour structure, reduced construction duration by over 6 months. It saved over $5.5 million, and it reduced our environmental impact and our secondary impacts that are off to the side when you have to detour people off of the main line. It was safer for construction workers because it provided a protected work area. And as important as any of those things that I mentioned before, it kept I-5 open to traffic throughout the construction with minor interruptions. And I say minor because they were limited in frequency. We only had a few weekend interruptions for that work, but the innovation of the team that brought this forward really did help save Oregonians money. We have to remember the importance of the outreach when closing the interstate for a weekend. So I also want to acknowledge the team that worked on that. This is not just an engineering problem. This is not just a construction problem. This is how we communicate across Oregon, frankly. And so that whole team came together and really developed a plan that went off without a hitch. And I say that because I live close by and I experienced it on a day-to-day basis. So I'd like at this time to recognize the team that is here in the room by acknowledging a few names that are here. And I'd like to ask them to come up to the front because they have also won an award for this project. And we thought nothing more fitting than having the commission here to help present them with the award. And so coming up, we'll have Robert DeBasi, Design Project Manager, Kelly Ball, Region 1 Community Affairs Manager, Jamie Miller, Resident Engineer for Construction, Cody Boyd, Assistant Project Manager in Construction, Shelly Romero, Area Manager for the Central Region, and then a couple of folks that aren't here, Bert Harmon, State Bridge Program Manager, Zach Davis, Risk Manager. These folks all work with Mr. Winsheimer. I'm going to ask him to stay back so that the folks that did the work get the recognition. And I'm going to ask them to come on up here, and we'll probably get a picture of, Madam Chair, you giving them the award for, from the American Council of Engineering Companies. This is the acknowledgement for the 2025 ACEC Oregon Engineering Excellence Award for the incredible work that I just described. If I could have the commission line up here, we'll get a picture with the team.
You should hand me something like this.
Just don't trip and poke yourself.
So how do you want to do this? Over there? Let's do it over here. I think it's nicer looking. And who's going to who's the team?
And let's get the commissioners around also.
Everybody,
Yeah, everybody in here.
we take everybody up here.
Let's get that. Yes, Director. You are. Yes, congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I want to thank you for that. It's a great opportunity to get to recognize folks that are here in the room, and the commission's appreciation it goes a long way. So thank you.
Absolutely. They've set the bar pretty high for the rest of the regions. I better see my region up here pretty soon. So now we have it, we've thrown down the gauntlet. You know what? It's a competition. So let's see who can save ODOT the most money.
I always love a good, healthy competition. So Madam Chair, members of the commission, that completes my remarks. And at this time, I would ask if there is a motion to approve the consent agenda in block items 1 through 6.
We have a motion.
So moved.
Oh, okay, second. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor of accepting, do we need to roll call on the consent? I don't think so. Okay, all those in favor of accepting the consent calendar, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Thank you. I should have called it a consent agenda, sorry. Okay, we will move on to item D, which is committee updates. And so this is where all the commissioners give a little bit of an update on what's going on with their different committees. And so maybe we'll start with Commissioner Chapman. Do you have anything to report out?
I do, yes. So the Continuing Improvement Action Committee, Advisory Committee, SEAC, met on about 3 weeks ago. I'm trying to find my notes. And I want to thank all of the subject matter experts that are volunteering their time to join this committee to help ODOT staff actionably implement the recommendations of our audits. So we had several third-party evaluators reviewing the key findings from their audits to, I think, what we're still evolving the role of the SEAC, but what we're trying to do is help the staff to find the best way to take this information and figure out how can we actually use it as an agency to do better next time. And I do want to acknowledge that it was very disappointing to see some what I would consider clickbait articles in the news recently, essentially highlighting some of those findings that ODOT has been very transparent about, recognizing where there have been areas of shortcomings that could absolutely improve, and then taking those findings out of context as sort of a gotcha look at where we're not doing the best work we can is really unfair to all of the people working so hard to do better next time. So I do want to acknowledge all of the staff that are a part of these conversations as well, and thinking about what do we learn from these audits and not just placing blame retroactively, but how do we actually do a better job and make sure that these mistakes aren't repeated.
Thank you for that comment, because I've been thinking about commenting on that situation. I think that one of the things that's really difficult right now is all of us don't mind taking a hit or a conversation on what we aren't doing right.
Sure.
But one of the things I think that this commission has been is proactive in trying to make sure that the department is running smoothly, that we're meeting the goals and objectives that we've put forth, and that we're, holding people accountable. And so again, I thank you for this committee and the work you're doing. I do know that we do want to get you in front of the Joint Transportation Committee and have a conversation, because they've had a lot of questions. And so that's something that will be happening in the near future, I believe. It's an important committee. And I think that now that you are taking on the role as the chair of this committee, that you'll be able to lay out what needs to happen forward. We've changed chairs now. And so I think that one of the things that I'd like to see, and I'm sure the rest of the commission would like to see, is that we get an update report like we are doing. So thank you for reporting out. Since you already have your mic queued up, and I'll look at vice chair also, did anything happen with the buy tolling committee? Have you met or, okay, so that one we can mark off as they haven't met. And then the other question is for all of us, did any of us attend any ACT meetings just recently or want to report out on anything there? And I see a head shake, Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, I'll report that I attended the Central Oregon Area Commission on Transportation, the COACT meeting in February. It was a fun opportunity for me to get together with a bunch of local officials who I see with all kinds of other hats on a regular basis, but to have a focused discussion on transportation, to learn from them what projects and concerns were on their minds, and also to just share back some of the information that I've gleaned on ODOT's process for doing its work and moving moving the transportation package forward. There was one of the highlights of that COAC meeting was concerns about Highway 97 safety through Jefferson County. I mean, we have Highway 97 safety concerns from north to south, as it runs across the state. But one of the commissioner, a new county commissioner from Jefferson County, just had a lot of concerns, and we discussed the ways that he could, he thought at the COAC you could talk to the regional director for ODOT about the transportation, the tens of millions of dollars of transportation safety needs that were required, and that was just kind of it. And I really encouraged him to go and talk to the legislature about it, because that the agency, and to a large degree the OTC, we are the implementers of funding allocations and legislative direction from that level. So he appreciated that, and I think I lit a fire under a new advocate.
Having problems with my mic today. Commissioner Baker, I know that you also attend. I see your notes. I'm looking over your shoulder here.
Yeah, a few things to report. First, from the NEACT, and the NEACT is quite an interesting place because it not only deals with transportation, but it deals with all issues that transportation gets connected to. We had a presentation at the NEACT from Courtney Warner Crowder, who heads the regional solutions team for the governor. And it was a conversation not just about how we move forward with transportation issues, but how the regional solutions team can help in all kinds of ways. It was really a terrific presentation. Also on their mind, of course, is funding and the legislative process. So Lindsay Baker joined for a conversation to bring everybody up to date. Of course, they're feeling like they're a long way from Salem, so it was really great to have Lindsay there to talk about the process. The Region 1 Act, my big takeaway here was the conversation around jurisdictional transfers, and a couple of projects that have been teed up, Hall Boulevard and also Hood River, which have come before us as being examples where jurisdictional transfers can make a lot of sense. So it's nice to hear that dialogue going on in Region 1, because I think we've got a lot of opportunity. The OTIC, the Oregon Travel Information Council, of course, they're responsible for our rest areas. The new leadership there with Mac Lynn is great. Mac has jumped in. He's out visiting every one of the rest area sites one at a time, meeting the staff, eyes on getting his assessment. So I'm very pleased to see the leadership and how the OTIC is shaping up. And then on the 3rd of April, I've been invited by the Eastern Oregon road officials meeting in John Day, so I'll be attending them along with Region 5 group.
Busy.
Yeah.
On top of everything else. Vice Chair. Okay. And we are going to, by the way, meet with the ACT modal chairs and the chairs of the ACTs on April 23rd here in Kaiser. So that's on the calendar. We'll be moving forward. They've been working on their work plans and making sure that they're meeting what they need to do. I also spoke just recently at the Truckers Association meeting in Canyonville, and they had a lot of questions, not only for us, but in general. And I think that the piece that was really interesting was that they now are starting to understand that, yes, they have a lobbyist, but they also are represented by somebody from their community, and that they need to make that trip to the Capitol and have that conversation with them about their concerns. I think people sometimes think that somebody else is talking on their behalf, and they don't realize that it's really simple to make an appointment and go and talk on your own behalf. And I encourage everybody to do that. It's important that they hear all our voices, not just, what comes out of our mouths. So again, if you're watching this and you're upset, and you don't feel as though you're being heard, then I really encourage you to go talk to your legislators. That's what they're there for. So I think that ends the comments on our committee updates, and we will move on to our item E, which is the informational 2025 legislative session update. Ms. Baker. The buttons are a little sticky this morning. You're not.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Brown, members of the commission. For the record, Lindsay Baker with Oregon Department of Transportation. So thank you very much for the time this morning. And I see we're quite ahead of schedule. So I'm actually gonna maybe take a little more time than I would have planned for. I think we've got about 20 minutes reserved on the agenda for this topic, but I also know I have a lot to share, and I'm confident each of you have maybe some to share and potentially some questions for me as well. So I think the first thing I'd like to just say really at the top here is a thank you to the chair, the vice chair, and each of the commissioners for the work that you all have been doing. I very much appreciate the recognition for me personally and for the team that sits behind me and sits back at the desk and back in the maintenance district and back in Region 5 and back in Region 3 in the DMV. It is certainly a team effort, but I really appreciate the leadership that each of you have given to us as we are really looking ahead, and maybe not even looking ahead any longer, but in the middle of the 2025 legislative session, which is it's an important session, and I'm hopeful will be a really major one, I think, for the future of our organization. So thank you to each of you for that. As I go forward here, I'm going to spend a little time talking about sort of the broad, I think, dynamics of this legislative session. I was recalling as I was preparing for this morning that I actually have not been in front of you since December timeframe. In December, we were sort of in the very middle of the kind of work group process, and there was really, I think, not a ton to share out other than sort of speculation at that point. And so I'm hopeful that we can take a little bit of a detour back to history and then move ahead. So as a reminder, and I think all of you are quite familiar with this work. We were on a statewide tour last summer, starting in the June timeframe till about September, so hitting 12 communities across the state to really focus on hearing, I think, from communities, from legislators, from elected leaders, and individuals within those communities, what their transportation priorities are, what their needs were at that, I will characterize it, that very kind of local and intimate level. What does the transportation system mean to individuals, to families, to businesses? What I think we gleaned, or certainly I gleaned from that conversation and from that tour, was a real deep understanding of our role as an agency, as a steward of the system, and as sort of the, very responsible for the system, and a broad level of public support, particularly for the maintenance program and the crews across the state. I think as we've talked about really focusing this funding package and this conversation on maintenance, operations, and safety, that really came through every single conversation we had and every stop that we made. And then the other piece I wanted to offer, again, this sort of last bullet around this commitment to partnership, collaboration, and durable solutions. I'm also thinking and reflecting on the comments, Chair, that you just made, and Commissioner Chang, that you were mentioning around getting other people to go out and talk to their legislators as well, right? This level and this commitment, I think that I have seen from our partners in we are all in it together, right? A rising tide lifts all boats. And people have to go and say that. It is not just the agency. It is not just the legislature. It is not just the commission. I think is a really important message and, like I said, commitment that came through from the roadshow and continues really to this day. After the statewide tour ended in late September timeframe, the joint committee then turned to the work group process. So as I think I've shared before, they had 3 work groups, one that was focused on kind of back to basics, really looking at maintenance and preservation, a second work group around public and active transportation, and then a third and final work group really evaluating how we as a state and as an agency are able to finish the 2017 priority commitments. So the projects really that were committed in House Bill 2017, that being the I-5 Rose Quarter project, the I-205 project, and the Center Street Bridge project. The work groups really were constituted to, I think, provide a deeper level, I'll say, of understanding of what the challenges are. I think at one point, the intention was really to evaluate sort of specific funding mechanisms, specific options. But I think the fact that there were 3 different committees, some of whom had kind of cross-pollination in terms of membership, but not a ton of that, I will offer. I think what we saw at the end of the day was not so much a set of recommendations, certainly not anything nearing a proposal, but really an evaluation. And I think maybe a better shared understanding of how big the gap is and really what the totality of the needs are across the state. I think as we've shared with the commission before and certainly shared with the legislature, even going back to sort of the 2023 and 2024 timeframes, I think as an agency, we, ODOT, really have a good understanding of what our needs are for maintenance, operations, and safety. I think we have a really clear way to describe and articulate what those service levels are or maybe would not be in absence of new revenue. And this work group process really gave an opportunity for local governments, in particular cities and counties, and transit organizations and advocacy organizations to describe what they believe their needs are. And I think that is a really important element. Because again, I think we as an agency were a little, I'll say, ahead of the curve on that, right? We were able to say, here's what that need is. Here's what that $1.8 billion would buy the state, sort of for the state system. But again, this work group process really gave other public agencies, other system owners and stewards the opportunity to share that information from their perspective as well.
Lindsay,
Yes,
are these reports available?
they are.
somewhere?
Yes.
Can we put them on our landing page by any chance, on the commission landing page, so people could access them?
Chair Brown, certainly. I actually believe that they might already be on there. But if not, we will definitely make sure they're certainly available on the legislature's webpage. Just as a quick process reminder, these did not get published, I believe, until the middle to late part of January, I believe. So right before the session began, and our nice sort of wrap up reports, I believe they're about 30, 40 pages long a piece, and really also evaluated. One of the ways that it populated was to ask every participant work group member sort of a survey, right? What did you learn? What were your kind of key takeaways? What do you feel like your priorities are as an individual or an organization after the conclusion of the work group process? And so those reports really wrapped all of that information into one. So that's my long answer. The short answer is we'll absolutely make them available. We can put them on the commission page and on the ODOT's page as well. Thank you. Okay, so quick, just sort of session by the numbers, right? So session began January 21st, which seems like yesterday and also a very long time ago at the same time. To date, and I think actually this slide was created a few days ago. As of now, we've got 3,344 measures have been introduced. Of those we're tracking, you can see here roughly 800. That's roughly on track. We as an agency really categorize things based off high, medium, low sort of priority or impact. This includes everything, right? So it's a quite broad capture. Just by way of example, we have got 471 bills that are low priority. Those are things we track for relating clause, or maybe they have an impact to agencies broadly or state government broadly, not specific to ODOT as an example. And so that's really what that category is, really for purposes of our conversation and the work that we're doing on a day-to-day. And again, all of these are oftentimes related to, but still outside the confines of a funding package. The 143 high priority bills are really the ones that we're tracking with the closest level of granularity. Of those, we probably are actively engaging, and by actively engaging, I'm meaning working with proponents, working with advocates, working on amendments, developing different alternative solutions, all of the above, for probably a couple dozen at a given point in time. So I'll offer that that's I think relatively on par for any given session. So I'm feeling, like this is pretty on track. Vice Chair Byer, do you have a question?
I'm just amazed. There are 800 transportation bills?
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, not necessarily, no. So the 800 is certainly includes bills related to transportation very properly and specifically. There's also a whole host of bills. So think about public contracting bills, right? It doesn't impact us specifically and uniquely, but it absolutely impacts the work that we do. Think about bills around administrative rulemaking or public records or HR practices or employment hiring, that type of thing. Those are really in that kind of 107 enterprise sort of category. And there's also a lot of bills, environmental regulation bills. There's a fair amount of those. It kind of runs the gamut. So again, as I mentioned, I think take a broader capture, particularly since, as we know, and I know you know, the process is that anything that fits in a relating clause could potentially be impactful. But this is really just, again, that highest and broadest capture. I think that 143 is really where we are paying the closest level of attention on any given point in time.
That's still a huge number.
It is.
How many of them have a realistic chance of passing?
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, I would not hazard a guess at this point in session how many have a realistic chance of passing. I will say that there are, I would probably say, over half of that 143. There's a lot of duplicates in there. There's a lot of bills that are simply placeholder bills that we already know. We've talked to the sponsor. They're not planning to move this session. Right there's a lot of them. That's really why, again, I offer that on a given point in time, the active engagement, working with sponsors, getting work sessions, getting amendments drafted, trying to kind of figure out what the true impact of the organization would be is probably in that 24 or so.
So I assume a lot of those that are not specific just to transportation are have multi-agency concerns. How are you coordinating with the other affected agencies?
Certainly, Chair Brown and Vice Chair Byer, thank you for that question. It depends on the bill. So I will say the governor's office, the Department of Administrative Services do a really nice job. And I really appreciate the leadership that they exercise in trying to make sure that agencies are coordinated, particularly for those that have cross-agency impacts or cross-agency needs even. I will say of particular note, the Governor's Natural Resources Office coordinates a weekly meeting. This is a little bit more operational than maybe you, but you're asking. The Governor's Natural Resource Office coordinates a weekly meeting between natural resource agencies, of which ODOT is sort of adjacent, but because our impact and our scope of work is so broad, we are oftentimes as an agency included in public safety meetings, natural resource meetings, economic development meetings, right? That kind of agency coordination. Like I mentioned, the governor's office and DAS do that at kind of what I'll call the program area. And the cadence and the frequency and the robustness, frankly, sort of depends and, varies across those. But that's really where we stay coordinated. The other piece I will offer is the Department of Administrative Services also really I'll call leads in the enterprise bills. So again, those bills around administrative rulemaking, public records, HR hiring, and oftentimes public contracting and procurement. Department of Administrative Services is oftentimes the lead agency. That being said, for all of the obvious reasons, ODOT has a lot of maybe unique impacts or impacts that are easier to quantify, describe, articulate, particularly since we're a larger agency that's got more people able to kind of do this analysis and run this information. So in that way, DAS, I think, relies, I don't want to say more heavily, but certainly heavily on us and larger agencies to help them work these bills, work these bills on a day-to-day. Does that help?
What helps? I know that there's always some concern by legislators of how much staff agencies have around legislation or communication, something like that. And I don't
Sure.
think generally they have any idea how many bills that are out there that they create that you have to comment or be prepared to comment on.
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, thank you for saying that. I think that's exactly right. Honestly, I'm reflecting back on a comment that we've made more recently in our budget hearings, sort of exactly to this question. And I think a lot of times legislators do not understand. I will say, whenever we describe it, when I have described it in just the way that I did, it is quite illuminating. And I think legislators often say, all right, maybe you're understaffed. Okay, they don't always say that, but they often say, yeah, we understand what that looks
I would
like.
be surprised if they said that.
They do. But thank you. Okay, next slide. So just a quick run through, and as a reminder, so ODOT advances bills sort of on our own behalf. In long sessions, we are able to have the governor introduce bills on our behalf. These bills sort of conceptually go through the process of endorsement and approval by this body. So just as a quick reminder, this was last spring. So last spring, as we start the process of agency legislative concept development, I come and bring forward this list, which at that time I believe was 9 bills. Then it skinnied down to about 7 bills. And then really it ended up being about only 3 bills that the agency is moving forward. These bills are what you see on here, House Bill 2391, which is a bill that we're moving forward, which really operationalizes allows us to operationalize the Interstate 5 bridge replacement, specifically around tolling enforcement. Want to be very clear about that. Senate Bill 839 is a measure moving forward that really modernizes statutes, does some technical housekeeping and cleanup around our Commerce and Compliance Division. Senate Bill 840 is similarly sort of structured in terms of technical corrections, housekeeping. I will offer that there are some small policy changes in there, but by and large is a lot of housekeeping language, and that's for our DMV. And then Senate Bill 5541 is just ODOT's budget bill. For the top 3 bills you'll see on here, we had a public hearing for these at the very early part of session, which again feels like a quite long time ago. It was actually on February the 3rd in the Joint Committee on Transportation. For House Bill 2391, I'll just make particular note that because this had a lot of provisions included around tolling and tolling enforcement and our bi-state relationship with the state of Washington, the bi-state commission toll rate setting, right? All of these pieces. This was quite a robust conversation, quite a robust public hearing. But these bills are sort of moving through the process on the regular track. And we are looking forward to working with them, getting some amendments on those, and also hopefully getting these posted for work session.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Lindsay, lots of discussion you've been having about changing the structure of the weight mile, reducing the rates and all that. Does that require legislation? And if it does, is it in 839?
Chair Brown and Vice Chair Byer, there is a lot of conversation this session on, we'll all characterize broadly the term of weight mile tax simplification. That I believe is a little bit misleading because it is in fact not simple to simplify weight mile tax. That being said, I think Senate Bill 839 and Senate Bill 840 will not include any provisions that take that structure in that direction. On my next slide, we'll talk a little bit about what the legislature is doing around weight mile tax.
But does that require that kind of a change? Does that require statute?
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Brown, absolutely. Yes.
Mm.
If the legislature, I'll say it perhaps more simply, if the legislature were to want to modify weight mile tax structurally, and that would be modify rates, who actually pays, how they pay, what sort of cadence or frequency, whether that is also shared with the diesel tax, right? A hybrid system, which has been a point of conversation. All of those pieces would absolutely require statutory
So
change.
would that show up in the, whatever funding bill they come up with? Would that show up in a fee table or a rate table?
Chair Brown and Vice Chair Byer, yes, the weight mile tax tables, as I understand, and hopefully you're seeing some head nods from the back of the room. The weight mile tax tables are in statute. And this is the one that reflects, I believe it's 70 different weight mile tax rates or classes, which is 2,000 pound increments. And so the idea, again, as I understand it, and as it's been talked about so far, the idea is really to perhaps collapse some of those rates. So there's not 70, there's maybe a dozen of them, right? For example. And all of that would require statutory change as well. Yeah.
I've often said that funding bill at the end, people don't understand, largely becomes a series, most of it's a series of tables that specify the various rates and permit fees.
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, that's right. I was, spend a lot of time still to this day reading House Bill 2017, and House Bill 2017 has over a dozen pages that is just the weight mile tax table as the rates changed to sort of accommodate those increasing revenue. So indeed.
Commissioner Chapman?
I don't want to get ahead of myself if this is going to be a future slide, but I do want to address a question that I've been fielding a lot from our partners about the budget and whether or not that includes the anticipated federal awards for our mega projects, specifically the I-5 bridge and the Rose Quarter Improvement Project. And if there have been discussions about contingency planning if that funding is not available.
Certainly, Chair Brown and Commissioner Chapman, that's not getting ahead at all. Thank you for that question. So as I understand it, I'd actually would maybe look to the director to confirm or correct any of this. As I understand it, we do have some revenue assumed in our governor's budget request, specifically for the I-5 bridge. I think that's mostly around the bonding, so the toll-backed bonding. I do not believe at presently that we've got any of the sort of future federal grants included in there, but I'd look for correction or confirmation on that. Yeah.
I'd confirm that we have the amount that's dedicated for the biennium. And so not all of those grant funds are expected in the same biennium.
And just so I can be really clear, and I think for the public record, if there is a change in the federal funds that are made available for those projects, how does that impact the budget and our plans to be able to move forward, especially with the early work packages that are already being discussed on Rose Quarter?
Certainly, Chair Brown and Commissioner Chapman, I'll hazard an answer here. So I think as we are looking at our budget, our state legislatively adopted budget, that's really a 2-year snapshot. I think we are moving forward under the assumption that every grant award that we have received from the federal government is in fact coming to the state of Oregon, and we will be spending it as the feds have already committed to. I think a particular note, because again, the grant awards have the grant agreements have been executed. That is why I think I am at least feeling confident that we will be getting those funds at the end of the day. If it turns out in the future, which is, I recognize it's very difficult, and I absolutely do get asked this question all the time. If at some point in the future that were to change in some meaningful way, I think that would be a much broader conversation, and the budget adjustments necessary to accomplish that would be the technical budget adjustments, not the budget, the place where those decisions are made. I don't know if that helps.
That does help. And I appreciate that we're even talking about this because I know there's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of fear.
Certainly.
And we are making commitments to our partners, making commitments to our contractors to be able to move forward. And they want to have a reassurance that if things get weird, which they have already been very unpredictable, we are working together with our legislators, with the governor's office, to make sure that there is a contingency plan and they are able to continue with the work that they are committing to their employees to do. And that if we need to come up with a backup plan, we've already started thinking about that. We're not going to be caught red-handed and just punt to the next session.
Certainly.
Yes. Go ahead, Director.
Madam Chair, if I may, so Chair Brown and Commissioner Chapman, thank you for raising that, because I think oftentimes when you're in either a moment of crisis or a moment of perceived crisis, we tend to get worked up around what the impact might be, and I think that's reasonable. And I don't say any of that worked up nature is something that I say pejoratively. In fact, quite the opposite. Our job is to get worked up about the things that we find to be a priority. I'd offer this as a couple of things around our big projects. Each of those big projects was a priority before the Fed money ever came in. And so it will continue to be a priority, regardless of what the impact might be as it relates to the federal money. And we're going to continue to prioritize the whole project, because the whole project in each of those cases is something that serves Oregonians. And so we're moving them forward as if the funding is there, because as Ms. Baker mentioned, we do have signed and executed grant agreements. Now, not all the money has been obligated. And if there's an impact to that, we want to be just as quickly and openly and transparently communicative with all of the decision makers to say, here's an impact. The funding level may have changed, doesn't change the priority, nor does it change the fact that we have to continue to advance these projects. And I would say that's true for each of them. I'd also offer in the grand scheme of large projects, individual finance plans are developed for each of them. And that's for reasons just like this. As funding changes, you still need to adapt. Doesn't change the need for the project. And we have to continue advancing the project and recognizing that, especially in the larger projects, when you slow them down, when you inadvertently delay them or intentionally delay them, you're adding costs at the same time. You're not providing that scope and that improvement to Oregonians. We know that we have to be accountable to how those projects come together. We know that people want to hold us to account in that, and we want to hold ourselves to the same. Part of that accounting is being really transparent about the fact that the need for the projects doesn't change when the funding allocation does. And so we have to continue to prioritize them, have to continue to ask for help where we need it. And so it's a longer winded explanation to say, we do have other plans in place. Those plans are predicated on funding coming. And we have to continue to advocate for the funds that are necessary to build the project.
Thank you both. I really do appreciate how much effort has been happening behind the scenes, both with staff and with our partners in DC, meeting with our federal DOT partners, meeting with our representatives in DC to make sure that this funding is going to come through. And I have no reason to think that it's not going to. I really appreciate that we are making a concerted effort to highlight how important these projects are for the economic development of the entire state, how critical we have the support of the truckers, we have the support of the Oregon Farm Association. We have so many manufacturing partners that need these assets to be able to move their products in and out of the state. And I think our federal partners recognize how important that is for the whole region and for the whole country. So I feel confident that these funds are going to come forward. I just want to make sure that we're all talking about what happens in worst case scenario so that no one is caught off guard and everyone can proceed as planned, confidently, and with as much assurance as we can provide them at the time.
Absolutely. And Chair Brown, Commissioner Chapman, thank you for those comments and the question, because I think, you know, and I'm again thinking just back even to as long ago as the work group conversation, right? The legislature very intentionally established a work group that was focused on fulfilling the 2017 commitments and making sure that those projects get done. And so I think I have never heard, certainly this body, certainly our organization, or even the legislature waver from their commitment to the I-5 Rose Quarter project in particular, and from all of the projects that they already directed in House Bill 2017. So I think as we've talked a lot this session, certainly, but just going back again, the better part of 3 years now, focusing on maintenance, focusing on agency operations, and focusing on safety. The sort of asterisk, I guess, to that, right, of we're not looking at capital improvement projects except for the ones that we already committed to, and we need to move forward. I think the fact that we've been able to have such I think durable partnerships in those spaces, and particularly for the I-5 Rose Quarter project, continues to, I think, make that case and keep that priority really top of mind for our legislative body. And I think that is a testament to the work that we've done and the work that our partners have done as well. So thank you. Okay.
We'll get back to our slide. It's not just a funding package.
It's not just a funding, well, it's almost all just a funding package, but not only. So this was just really a wrap up here of all of the things that are I think at this point in session, everything is funding package adjacent, right? Everything has to be funded. Everything is part of those broader and bigger conversations. And there are dozens of very discrete standalone bills that really are not part of the broader funding package. And so this is, again, just a bit of a flavor. So we've got a lot of safety, work zone safety enforcement work going on right now, county safety corridor bills, bills about wildlife crossings. I'm not going to read this to you, because you all can see it on the slide. I will just offer, I think, a few kind of categorical pieces that I've also seen, right? So we have a lot of bills this session around revenue generally. We've got bills that say, please never toll, never even talk about tolling. We've got bills that are offering very explicit indexing to inflation of gas tax. We've got several, like sort of handful of bills around weight mile tax, sort of different iterations of what a simplification might look like. There is one bill, I'll just call it sort of by name, Senate Bill 160, which actually takes steps to repeal the payroll tax, right? So there are ideas across the board in revenue. And I think how this joint committee and how the legislature really chooses to, I think, have that dialogue and really prioritize among themselves, among the committee, I think is gonna be a primary conversation and really a necessary next step for them. There are a lot of bills this session, which is, I think, in my experience, there are always bills that sort of make very specific and discrete investments in local transportation systems. I do believe that because there is a funding package conversation this session, that is more than in previous sessions. But we do have bills around making specific investments to, as an example, Powell Boulevard, Highway 101, Highway 30, North Portland and the Columbia Boulevard Bridge, the bridge over Columbia Boulevard, and then specific investments around graffiti, litter, and camp cleanup. I'll also note here that there is a measure this session that would implement the recommendations of the Jurisdictional Transfer Advisory Committee, so specifically transferring portions of Hall Boulevard in Tigard and portions of the highway in Hood River to the local jurisdictions. There are always a lot of measures around DMV and just kind of broader DMV programs. So I threw a few up here, diversion programs, ATV regulations, certainly license plate policy changes. There's also bills this session around improving access and language, sort of linguistic access to Oregonians, particularly Spanish language materials and drive tests, those knowledge tests, those sorts of ideas. Access to appointments, I think, as we're seeing, and I'll make a plug here, Real ID enforcement, I believe, is May 7th of 2025, as you all just heard. We are seeing an influx of people coming in to get their Real IDs at DMVs. There's a bill this session that would really prioritize some people for getting appointments over others, right? So again, just to give you all a sense of a flavor of really what's out there. And then finally, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, there are a lot of measures that are sort of what I characterize as enterprise impact, a lot of public contracting related measures, a lot of public records related measures, looking at things like increasing access to small businesses, all the way to having prevailing wage rate applied to off-site custom fabrication as one example, right? So again, there's always these sort of handfuls of bills across the session. The one piece I'll note here, of particular note is the sort of second to last bullet around elections and Oregon motor voter. And I'll talk about this a little bit later as well. I think with some of the errors we saw last September timeframe around automatic voter registration in Oregon's motor voter program, and a lot of those errors that have now been fixed. And really the work that the very, very good work that has been done by DMV leadership and DMV employees across the agency to make sure that those errors are corrected and are not going to happen in the future. So I think that being sort of part of the background, there is also a lot of measures this session around Oregon's motor voter policy, I think more broadly, and then specifically around the sort of logistics and operation of how to implement that policy. So I will say, and this is really a testament to DMV Administrator Amy Joyce, has been having a lot of conversations with legislators this session, has been doing a number of informational hearings, those types of things to, I think, demonstrate again that the errors have been corrected. Those are durable corrections, and that we are really paying very close and high priority attention to this body of work going forward. So I think, again, just noting, because that is another, I think, really hot topic is how I'll characterize Just a couple of examples here. So early in session, we did a lot of foundation setting. Just noting that I think a lot of the work group work that happened in the sort of fall and winter timeframe, we have now a new body of legislators, right? So a lot of folks maybe didn't go to the work groups or didn't go to all of them, and now are really eager to sort of understand sort of that baseline and have that kind of same foundational working knowledge as they are considering and contemplating how to put a funding package together. So again, just a sort of quick example, very early in session, we gave a presentation that was kind of going all the way back to the beginning of 2017 and really looking at how we as an agency have delivered on the investments in House Bill 2017. That is projects, that is Connect Oregon, that is the STIF public transportation program, right? It kind of ran the gamut. We also did spend some time with the Joint Committee on Transportation on this kind of service levels. That bottom map that you see on here is really a lot of the work that our Delivery and Operations Division did to, again, kind of articulate and describe what is the work that we do, what is maintenance and operations and safety, what do we need as an agency to continue to provide that increased level of service going forward, and what are the consequences in absence of action if the legislature does not take steps this session to correct that structural revenue challenge. So again, a lot of these just kind of presentations and again, kind of ongoing conversation. The funding package, and I think just kind of offering here, you all are very, very familiar, I know, with Governor's budget, which was that $1.75 billion increase for this next biennium, and really her decision and her priority around maintenance, operations, preservation, and safety. Going into the past probably 6 weeks or so, we have done a series of what the Joint Committee on Transportation calls deep dive presentations. So these were kind of, again, running the gamut from projects, sort of very specific project delivery. I will note here as well that there was a presentation that we did give that was really around those House Bill 2017 projects. I-5 Rose Quarter was a big topic of that conversation, as well as I-205 Bridge, Center Street Bridge, and Newburgh Dundee. We've had a rail day in Joint Committee on Transportation. We've had a bike ped day on Joint Committee on Transportation. We've had a transit day where we are having leaders from across our organization really come and share with the legislature. And again, in this sort of like foundation setting space, share with the legislature what the needs are, sort of how our programs are run, operated, what our delivery models are, and then really emphasizing how the work that we do supports communities across the state.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Lindsay, did you had your budget hearings in front of Ways and Means on the 3rd to the 6th?
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, that's correct. It was last week.
How did that go?
I think they went well, is the top line. I will say that we got a lot of questions, which were really deep questions is what I'll say. So I think in particularly, I'll just sort of call it by name. So Senator Bruce Starr, who sits on both the Joint Committee on Transportation as the Senate Republican Vice Chair, and also sits on the Transportation Economic Development Subcommittee, so our budget subcommittee. He asked a lot of questions that are incredibly deep and really, I believe, is focused on his commitment to see a funding package pass this session. So I think we got a lot of questions around, how do you deliver programs? What is the sort of support and staff level you need? Where are the different funds coming from? As you all know, our funding streams are incredibly complex. So I think there's a lot of interest in how can we realize efficiencies? How can we save and maybe shift funding around? I think that is difficult, particularly when we're talking about federal funding. But I think there was a lot of questions around what our service delivery looks like and how that translates into outcomes and results at the end of the day. I think that's really where the committee spent the bulk of their time.
Yeah, it's a different committee. Besides Senator Starr, you've got a lot of people who weren't on the tours.
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, that's correct. So I think as we've seen in the past, There has not been a ton of overlap between the Joint Committee on Transportation, which I will offer is sort of the policy committee,
Mhm.
and then the Transportation Economic Development Subcommittee, which is more of the budget committee. There has been some overlap over time, but just again, by way of example, for this session, there are only two members who serve on both committees, and that is Senator Starr and Senator Mark Meek. Both on the Senate side. So there's really no House overlap at all between the budget and the policy. I think, and again, I don't actually want to speak because I think you were the chief architect of House Bill 2017, obviously, but in creating the Joint Committee on Transportation, right, which was intended to be bicameral, bipartisan, and really a sort of a statutory committee to look at all of the things, recognizing that Ways and Means exist, right? Budget committee exists as well, but I think having not a ton of overlap there has been challenging at times. That being said, again, we, excuse me, have really tried as an agency to build that foundational working knowledge of a space that is incredibly complex and incredibly complicated and incredibly broad, and for legislators for whom transportation is not the only thing that they work on and is not the only thing that they prioritize. And so I think it's been incredibly challenging, certainly. But again, I think to me, and this is my personal opinion, the questions that we were receiving from, during our budget hearing and the level of engagement and diligence, I think that we heard from committee members was incredibly encouraging.
I was looking more, I'm curious, it sounded good. Like, what was the tone after all of the newspaper articles and all of that on Ways and Means?
Yeah, I'll say this, Chair Brown and Vice Chair Byer. So I think that, and I'll maybe just skip ahead to this as well. So I think a lot of what we have spent the session talking about, and I think particularly in light of some of the reporting, which Commissioner Chapman referenced earlier in her remarks, is I think this level and this desire to have increased accountability, right, and increased transparency. And I think you will certainly never hear us say, you will never hear me say that we do not want that. In fact, we welcome that level of accountability and oversight. I think there is a recognition, certainly from the legislature, that they need enough information to sort of exercise that. And I think they need to dig in deeply enough that they can actually perform that function. So there was a lot of, I think, questions, particularly about the budget and the forecasting error. As we've talked about with this commission and have also spoken with the legislature, right, because the lack of what I'll call sort of material consequence of the error itself, right, there was no misappropriation of funds. The funding was not misspent in any way. It was simply, seriously, but simply a forecasting error. I think that absolutely did come up in joint committee, or excuse me, in the budget subcommittee.
Director, do you have a comment? I see.
Yeah, maybe a little, if I could, Madam Chair. Vice Chair, to your question, I think Ms. Baker described it well as far as the recognition that accountability is really important. I would say there's a couple of top line takeaways. I mean, clearly the recent reporting is a description of some of the things that we know that we have to improve upon or that we've already found. In fact, in most of the cases, as we heard earlier, these were all areas that we found and we've got steps in place to address, and we've been talking to the commission about for some time. That doesn't change how those things land for each of the individuals that are hearing about it, either for the first time or are wanting to know the significance of that. And so that definitely did come up during the budget hearings. And I would offer, clearly there are a lot of takeaways coming out of our discussions legislatively, but the top line takeaways in my mind were accountability is going to be important and an ongoing theme for us. And they want to know that we as an agency and you as a commission are invested in that. And I've committed all of us for that, even though I really have no authority to commit you, but I garnered from our conversations around this table. The other is they want to know that we've got fixes in place for the things that aren't going well. And maybe even said more directly, the budgeting and forecasting difficulty, that is one of the paramount issues. And Abernathy Bridge is one of the other paramount issues. I'd offer this as it relates to accountability and why I dive so heavily into it, not to mention the strategic review that we did as well, and you'll hear more about that today. Without diving into accountability on our end, we have no real and durable way to explain the elements of a stub toe moment or a missed moment that we are in complete control of versus things that have environmental factors that might influence that. So maybe said another way, it is only in our best interest to daylight all of these things so that the entire world can see the struggles that we are experiencing that are uniquely ours versus the struggles that are not. And I think to get that shared interpretation or understanding of our impacts is absolutely the reason why folks are diving in on the accountability piece. And we look forward to it because we only want a better ODOT that serves Oregonians. And I think we saw some of that coming through the budget hearings. I'll also say, and then I'll stop because I could go on for hours. I'll also say that I think what the committee saw is a very dedicated team that knows their divisions, understands their budget, knows what they need to manage to, and fielded the questions through an understanding of the fact that we have to continue to improve and we have to continue to be open to that. And we have to be recognizing that Oregonians are shifting and wanting more things out of us. And that is how we have to respond. And so our job is to deliver as best we can on what the legislature tells us to do.
Yes, go ahead, Vice Chair.
I appreciate that, and I think the staff did a good job a couple of weeks ago trying to communicate that. I think one of the problems is the vast majority of legislators and the public at large doesn't understand the situation, and what we were not successful in is getting across the message that the forecasting error did not really change what would have happened at the end. There was, as Lindsay said, there was no money that was misspent. There's no money that disappeared. The decisions that we ended up making were pretty much the decisions that we would have made at the start had we known the error. It's just no projects that were going to happen have disappeared. They just will take a little longer to get to.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Byer, absolutely. One of the things that we have to be cautious of is we certainly can't be defensive about an error that incorrectly projected funds that weren't there. But if you were to really kind of drill down into what the takeaways are, we can't spend money that's not there, and it wasn't there. And so the funding is not something that, as we look at the 23-25 biennium, for example, we could have never delivered on the pace at which that front loading was suggesting. And so that's an error on our part in the forecasting, but it's not an error in spending, to your point. And those projects were not going to hit that schedule anyway, because we certainly couldn't build all those projects in the first part. In the first year of that STIP cycle. And it's part of the reason why, as we look to the future changes that we have, whether it's the strategic review changes and then the changes that we know we're going to receive as part of the conversation legislatively, it has to address that upfront planning piece. We have to be accurate in what the forecasting our project loading does to the budget. And then, of course, the cash flow model that's been used since the 90s can't be used for the purposes that it was being used. And so a difficult issue, but also one that, to your point, it found an error in a cash flow model that's been around for over 25 years. And it wasn't a misspending of the funds. And those are important takeaways. They aren't the only important ones. We know that. But those are important takeaways as we look towards the actual impact of what that actually yielded.
Thank you for those comments. And yes, Commissioner Chang.
So I took the opportunity yesterday afternoon to make the rounds with a couple of the co-chairs and vice chair of the Joint Committee on Transportation, and I went around with my county commissioner hat on first, just to inquire about the status of the funding package and what we could do. I brought staff from the Association of Oregon Counties with me for a couple of those meetings, just what we could do to assure that the package would move and it could be as comprehensive and robust as possible. But while I was speaking to these legislators, I also just made sure to mention, I'm a member of the OTC now, and just to express openness on accountability concerns, because we don't the legislatures will not deliver a package without adequate assurances that all kinds of accountability. And the other thing that I heard about a lot was, just what can you do to guard against or prevent against significant cost overruns in the future. And I think that a number of those legislators were just really appreciative of that. Members of the Oregon Transportation Commission, as well as agency leadership, were approaching them and saying, "Well, we want to know what we can do to provide you with the accountability that you're seeking." And I specifically said, tell us what you want to legislate. Tell us what you want us to do to deliver that accountability, so that we can try to make sure that happens. And like I said, I think that there was just a lot of appreciation of that, and so I would encourage my fellow commissioners to do some of the same things when that earlier discussion of the continuous improvement committee was happening. Chair Brown said, "Well, we should get you in front of the Joint Committee on Transportation." And I think that would be a great idea.
Okay, are we done commenting? We haven't, you're quiet.
I am.
It's okay. All right, we will move on. Go ahead.
That was really it. So thank you, Chair Brown, and members of the commission. So as you can see here, we're just, our next steps are get through session, right? So I think for the next few months, we'll be having conversations around ongoing package development. And again, I put up here this piece around accountability and transparency, because that is very top of mind and front of mind for everyone right now. And then I also offered a second thought here, which is core mission and priorities. So I think, as we described before, and I will just take words right out of the director's mouth, which is ODOT is oftentimes all things to all people. And so I think there's a real conversation this session with the legislature around what is ODOT's core mission. How do we define that? How do they define that? If there's gaps in those definitions and understanding, how do we reconcile that? And how do we make sure that at the end of the day, ODOT is delivering the things that you all want us to deliver, the things that the legislature wants us to deliver, and most importantly, the things that the people of the state of Oregon want us to deliver? How are we funded and resourced to make sure that happens? But really starting in what is the core mission that we're trying to accomplish here, I think is going to be a primary thing to make sure we're all on the same page about. April 9th is the first chamber deadline. So we'll see all those bills that I mentioned at the very beginning. Vice Chair, that you were asking, we've got 800 bills. Some of those will hopefully die April 9th. We'll see. We've got the revenue forecast coming up May 14th, and then constitutional signing day is June 29th. So there is a lot of time between now and June 29th. But I think we are really committed as an agency to providing whatever we can to you all, to the members of the legislature, to all of our partners, and making sure that we have a successful funding package at the end of the session that really addresses in a sustainable and a durable way our structural challenges facing the state. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Additional questions from?
The good news is the first deadline is quickly approaching.
It is.
Yes,
Unfortunately,
it
does not apply
is.
to the Joint Committee on Transportation.
Well, you're looking pretty good as far as holding it
Thank you.
together. We'll see how we look in June. If we're all still as happy and looking like we're not as tired. So thank you.
Thank
for
you.
the report.
Yeah.
Do you have additional questions?
Madam Chair, I might just offer some appreciation for a little bit of the jaw-dropping moment that I saw from the Vice Chair on the slide, where we talked about the number of things that we have to review. To your question around what has a chance and what doesn't, we have to review everything that finds its way to paper as if it might pass. And the impacts of that are broad and far-reaching, and everybody in the agency jumps in to say, what are those impacts and what could they be? And quite frankly, I don't think, to your point, I don't think anybody understands the scale at which that review has to take place, and then the time at which it has to be turned around. We're talking hours, not months, as you well know. And it's important that we go through that triage, and that's the GR team, as well as, frankly, the entire agency responding to say, what are the impacts that this could have on a maintenance station out in Baker? So thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Again, staff are critical, and I know being in leadership at times when we're asking people to drop everything on their weekend, drop everything in the evenings, do the extra time, all of those things that have to happen to meet those deadlines, we forget to say thank you. And we also sometimes come across as being really, I mean, I'm sure after I drop the phone and hang up, people are drawing my picture, stick figures of me and with, you know, different elements of, I wish you would die and go away. But again, you know, in seriousness, I mean, I think that we forget that all of us are in this and it's a hard time. And this happens, you know, every couple of years.
That's right.
We get through it and then we have a year to like kind of lick our wounds and regenerate ourselves. But man, this is hard work. It is extremely hard work. And it's not just this agency. It's every agency in the state and we forget that. Yes, Vice Chair.
When I was part of that other body, I always used to say, legislators think that state employees love to be at the Capitol and want to be there. And I always said, no, from my experience before, when I was at the Public Utility Commissions, they don't want to. It's an inconvenience from their perspective of doing their daily job.
Right. And I think that's the piece that we forget is they have a
For the most
daily
part,
job.
legislators do not understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and if
agree.
I could make one final comment, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the commission, I think that's well stated. I think there are very few people across the enterprise of state government and the executive branch, and certainly across ODOT, for whom this is their actual day job, right? And so everything is really additive. That being said, I would be remiss if I did not say very expressly how much I appreciate everybody across this agency who steps in to drop the thing that they're doing, to do something on a 30-minute turnaround, right? What I often say is, you know, when someone asks me, when is this due? I say it was due an hour ago, and I'm just telling you right now, right? So I think that that is very real, and it would not be possible, and we would not be as close to the verge of success that we are if we did not have a very strong team behind us. That's our leadership team. That is all of our managers, all of the employees across the agency. Everyone's got a part of it. It might be a small part, but everyone's got a part of it. And I think I very much appreciate that. And again, appreciate the leadership from this commission as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we're a little early yet. All right, we're going to move on to item number F, the bridge and payment conditions and strategy update. You've got lots of updates for us, I hope.
Good morning. Tova Peltz, Statewide Capital Program Engineer in the Delivery and Operations Division. I'm here with our Chief Engineer and our Division Administrator. So we're looking forward to telling you about our pavement and bridge condition reports, which have recently come out. And I believe this is the first time that we've specifically shared the results of these condition reports with the commission, at least in the last 5 or so years. And we think this is a great opportunity to share the state of the system when it comes to bridge and pavement. We would like to revisit this on a more regular basis, I think, moving forward, so y'all can see the results of our ongoing inspection of bridge and pavement and talk about the implications for our investment priorities. We do the inspections on an ongoing basis, and we also do produce the reports to meet requirements of federal highways. So there's serving lots of purposes. This is also part of highlighting our strategic action plan and our goal to preserve transportation assets. The strategic action plan states that our goal is to maximize the number of bridges, pavement, culvert signals, and ITS features rated as good. And we're going to walk through the conditions, both of pavement and bridge, over the next little while. I'm going to pass this on to Mike, and he will dive into some of the details of our bridge condition report, and then we'll talk about pavements.
You gave me control. As Vice Chair and Chair, Mike Kimlinger, ODOT's Chief Engineer, and how's that? Mike Kimlinger, ODOT's Chief Engineer. So our annual report and bridge condition comes out on a regular basis in 2024. We published some articles about the interstate era bridges. You'll see a graph on those a little bit later in this presentation. And we have some updates around the major programs within bridge, including tunnels. So every 2 years, and we'll get into some of those details. So we've got we have 2,781 bridges on our state highway system. We do that count pretty precisely every year. Low percentage of those bridges are in poor condition. We're in the 2% range, depending on which way we look at it. And we've got a couple of ways that we look at bridge condition, and we'll go through that in just a slide or two. Most of our bridges are in fair condition. The percentage of bridges that are in good condition has been declining, and it will continue to decline depending on the way our funding goes. Our major bridge maintenance program has been largely responsible for keeping bridges in fair condition instead of having them drift off into poor. So
It's right there. Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Mike, are any weight limited, and how many, do you have a sense for how many that is?
I don't. We have that number. I don't have it in front of me, but Amy does.
Is it okay? It is working. Chair and Vice Chair Byer, it's a little over 100. I think the last time I looked, it was 130 bridges around the state were currently weight restricted. Without an infusion of funds, our numbers show that by 2036, that will be over 300 bridges could potentially be load rated.
So are those mostly on secondary highways?
Most of them are. We have a few, though, as Commissioner Baker noted, up in the metro area that have some weight restrictions that emergency vehicles cannot cross.
And how much of that is impeding the movement of freight?
That is a question I would have to ask Becky Knudsen, our transportation economist, to see what the true values are and how much freight is moving on each one of those highways.
Yes.
Just to add to that, when you're poking at it, if you could take a look at farm to processor and farm to table in our ag areas on those weight restricted bridges, that'd be helpful.
Very good. So as we look at these, maybe it's a good idea to just review what are the conditions of bridges? How do we rate that and everything? So poor, you've all experienced this. There's potholes, cracking, the steel gets exposed. You get errors with issues with the concrete. In the fair condition, we end up with only minor cracking, and you driving over it would probably feel like you're on a pretty good roadway, pretty good bridge. And then the good bridges are the ones that they have almost no problems whatsoever. So one of the ways that we look at the condition of bridges is by the total area of deck space.
Well,
Third question.
Oh, sorry.
sorry,
Yeah.
Commissioner Baker, go ahead.
Sorry, Mike.
No-
Sorry to
no
interrupt
worries.
your flow. I love this presentation. This was so helpful
Good.
to me to be able to go through it. But I was wondering, getting back to this weight restriction, when we take a look at poor, fair, and good, we can have a bridge that is weight restricted and still be categorized as good or fair. That's a question, not a statement.
I believe that we have very few, if none, that are in good condition that are load rated. I would have to go back and ask that question of our bridge group, and we can do that certainly.
Okay.
I would say that yes, there are bridges probably in the fair condition because we rate fair in two different ways. We have fair that is just barely not good, and we have fair that is just barely not poor. And in those areas, we can have load ratings. The one caveat to that, Commissioner Baker, would be if we have a strike on a bridge. So say a piece of equipment or a load of some kind hits a structural member on a bridge. That bridge is in good condition when it's hit. It has a particular condition that changes immediately. we take care of that as quickly as possible. That would be load rated during the period of time where it was in that emergency condition.
Okay, I was just thinking it would be helpful to me if
Okay.
we had that fair category or the good category where we had weight restrictions,
Sure.
that it gets a little asterisk, just so that we're aware that there are weight restricted bridges in those categories would be helpful.
Very good.
Yeah, so
Thank you for
pardon the
question.
interruption.
Oh, no worries. Thank you for the question. So to continue, one of the ways that we look at bridges and the bridge condition is by how much square footage is on each bridge. And you can think of the large bridges in the infrastructure in the Portland area, or some of our iconic bridges that are long and fairly good size. They have an awful lot of deck space. And this particular one breaks it out by region, and you can see that an awful lot of our large bridges are in the Region 1 area, the Portland area. And we can see by percentage that we're still doing pretty well by deck area, 2% to 1% in poor, and it varies across the state in the percentage of good. And you can probably attribute, one of the ways that we can say we can attribute that is that the conditions in say the eastern part of the state are much drier. They're easier on bridges and the condition of the materials of the bridges than say the Willamette Valley or the Coast Range, where we get an awful lot of rain. Yes, sir.
Is that even, I mean, how much of an impact does freeze thaw have? You know, because, you know, Western Oregon is wetter, but it's also not as cold.
Commissioner Chang, good question. There's a mix. We have a lot of bridges that are in areas that experience winter conditions, and that freeze thaw, while we design these bridges so that they can manage the environment itself, some of the ways that we deal with the environment can be pretty detrimental to the condition of the bridge. Chemicals can make their way into the concrete or onto the steel and can exacerbate conditions that would deteriorate the metal within those structures and the surface area. For example, we are probably replacing bridge decks in areas where we use those kinds of chemicals more often in a shorter period of time than we are in places where we aren't using those kinds of chemicals. It just helps, it deteriorates the surface of the bridge. Thank you. The other way that we look at the condition of bridges is just by the number of bridges we have. And you can see from this one that an awful lot of the bridges total number, over 1,000, so not quite half, are in the Region 2 area. Those are smaller bridges. We've got a lot of timber bridges in the Region 2 area. So the Willamette Valley, the Coast Range. And it's important for us to look at it in two different ways. And that's one of the reasons that we put this all together this way. What else did we want to add for total number of bridges? Question?
In Region 2, that's a large number of
Yes.
bridges in general, but is that, a lot of that is the connectors over to the coast?
Both directions.
Vice Chair Byer. I have lots of help answering questions. Thank you very much.
And the coast, I
Good.
guess. I mean, that area where we're looking
Yeah,
at. this-
absolutely. And keep in mind that the interstate is in this area too.
Yeah.
And so a huge number of the bridges that we produced in the 50s and 60s, and as we'll show on a slide a little bit later, are along the interstate. In the interstate era, we made lots of overpasses and lots of that kind of thing. So there's an awful lot of them in the Region 2 area, but a large number of the smaller bridges are in the Coast Range dealing with all of those conditions.
Are those largely the overpasses? Are
The ones in the
that-
interstate area, were many of them were the overpasses. Yes, sir.
Yeah. That's surprising, because I remember not too many years ago, we went through and raised all those, and I assume did a lot of strengthening and what have you with those.
And you can see that a large percentage of those are in fair condition.
They're what?
They're in fair condition in the Region 2,
Hmm.
fair and good condition. We're only 1% to 2%. Well, I guess Region 3 because of all the timber, or Region 2 because of all the timber bridges, we've got about 3%, 4%.
That's significant.
It is. Yes, sir. See where. So if we take and we combine all that into a statewide measure, this is looking at overall at the millions of square feet that we have of bridge surface deck across the entire state. We're in pretty good shape. We've got about 14% good and 84% fair and right at about 2% in poor condition. I think that's a good measure across the entire state, but the trends that we want to see maybe show up a little bit better in this next slide. And that's as we look at the total number of bridges across the state, and here you'll see that two different ratings in fair, as we mentioned a little bit before. And we're starting to see that the trend of good reduce over time, and the number of bridges that are moving into the poor condition is increasing slightly, but our overall fair condition is getting larger, and that's from those bridges moving from good to fair. And I think that we need to look at that in light of our funding as we move forward. If we keep moving in this direction, we'll have a steady decline of bridges that are in good condition and a larger number of bridges in fair, and it will be difficult to keep the ones that are in the almost not good condition, the poor, almost poor condition from transition.
All right, this is my slide. So this slide, the graph shows where the wave of bridges that we constructed in the 1960s, and then we also have those interstate era bridges. You can see that's where we have the majority of our fair to poor conditions, and some of our newer bridges are there in the good condition. And so there is a wave coming as these bridges continue to age and they hit the end of their service life. At some point, the cost to maintain them will exceed the resources that we have, and they will need to be replaced. And so that's been part of what we have been testifying to, is that the 1 to 3 bridges that we replace per year needs to be increased in order to bring that replacement cycle down from a 900-year time span to at least a 500-year time span. Next slide. And so how does that translate to what we've been testifying to? The governor's requested budget, as I mentioned, takes us down to that 500. Oh, I'm sorry, down to that 500 year replacement cycle. And you can see where we would invest those funds to preserve the system and to maximize freight and other transportation needs throughout the state. And so you see a lot of work along the interstates, again, to replace those interstate bridges. And then some of our timber bridges, as Mike mentioned earlier, are represented by those dots.
So over the course of 2024, the bridge program had a number of accomplishments that we wanted to highlight. We repaired 6 bridges that were in poor condition across the state, in Clatsop County, 2 in Clatsop County, 1 in Clackamas County, Crook County, Coos County, and Multnomah County. These were all like poor condition, and the repairs that were completed through maintenance have continued to preserve those structures as Division Administrator Ramsell mentioned, and Mr. Kimlinger. The more bridges we have in poor condition, the more work it takes to maintain and preserve them. And our major bridge maintenance program is really a key component of how we preserve those aging structures. I really wanted to highlight our two big seismic resiliency programs in the southern part of the state, in particular, as accomplishments of 2024. We've been advancing a triage approach to seismic resiliency to make sure that following a Cascadia earthquake, we have connections across the Cascade Range and through the north-south corridor, and the triage projects that we've completed in Southern Oregon are key components of that. This series of projects is reinforcing both unstable slopes and replacing and retrofitting bridges, both on I-5, on Oregon 99, and on Oregon 140. And so and has been like that was funded through House Bill 2017 and was delivered over a series of 4 different projects over the last several years. We also have another seismic resiliency project in that area that's focusing on US 97 and OR 58 that is retrofitted 6 bridges and replaced 1 bridge in the Klamath Falls area. I think that those seismic resiliency projects are really great example of how we've partnered with our counties to look at resiliency routes beyond I-5, looking for like more efficient ways, more cost-effective ways of ensuring that we have resiliency post Cascadia, which has been a great accomplishment.
And I know Vice Chair has a comment.
Curiosity. I remember the Southern Oregon seismic triage that was really developed down in the chair's area, and I commend them for that. The understanding that if the seismic event happens, that we'll be using 97. But I'm curious about, we can get the traffic on the 97, but how do we get it back into the valley?
And that's actually the OR 58 connection that we're talking about, and like connections that we're looking at across the.
Well, that gets it to my community, but how about Portland and Salem?
Yeah, point taken. I mean, I think that like to the points made earlier, like maintaining the system and preserving and developing resiliency across the state, north, south, and east, west, but particularly north, south is a long, like with our current funding, is a long game, and we have to just take bites at it, and that's what the focus of these Southern Oregon projects has been, and we're partnering with our counties to look at other triage routes, which is highlighted in the bridge report as well, and we're looking with the counties at county routes and county bridges, which are often smaller and perhaps more cost effective to retrofit, and I think developing a plan to do that, but I think that we still have certainly like a funding challenge to deliver those retrofits and in some cases replacement.
I'm just curious, has there been an assessment of the 26 or 126 of those, and are they less susceptible to seismic issues?
Pardon, Vice Chair, what route?
126.
126. That's a great question. I will follow up with our seismic bridge lead on what other routes have been evaluated, and we can come back
It's
to you
not
about.
particularly germane to this discussion, but it's an interesting. I had just never thought about it before.
Yeah.
Right. Madam Chair, I might just add, and Vice Chair, the seismic triage was really something that came out of an analysis that was, if we were to bring all of our bridges up to what we would want them to be and what we believe they should be, what would that cost? And it was, frankly, at the time deemed insurmountable. It was before my time, but it was a recognition that frankly, we just don't have the funding in order to accommodate what that kind of response would dictate. So the triage was an attempt to say, okay, how do you create this as an escape route and then a resupply route to the extent that you can have it do that, and not just have it be on the state system, but have it be a triage that utilizes a pathway so that you have at least some access point. Admittedly, though, the triage was never really designed to be a redundant corridor kind of analysis. It was more of a, how do you protect probably the cheapest and most economical way of getting to and from those communities. If we were to step back and say, the triage is great, but we think the entire state system needs to be up to standard, it would dwarf anything we've ever talked about as it relates to funding.
I think one of the things that when you talk about a 700-year plan or a 600-year, when you get into the hundreds of years to replace all these bridges, I think one of the things that I think about, okay, we have a seismic, the big one come, everybody is already kind of written off the coast. We don't know what we're going to do there. I really worry sometimes about Oregon and our emergency preparedness. We're not. And when we look at this, and, I think about it, it's like we're trying to do the best we can, but this is really something that nobody really talks about. We have noticed during the fires, especially in the California area, where they've talked about, how do you escape a wildfire? What is the road network? And unfortunately, I don't feel like we're prepared at all. And when this happens, we're doing the best we can, but it'll be really interesting because I keep explaining to my community, you better be stocked up. You better be aware because help will not get here immediately. We're going to have to be more prepared than we are. So.
Yeah,
Yes,
Madam
Director.
Chair, I appreciate that statement, and I would offer that preparedness is an all-in game. It is not something that one agency or one government function can actually supply. It's got to be something that we're having conversations at the personal level, at home. Everybody should have their go bag, right? Those kinds of things. And we as an agency are really trying to do our best to really highlight the areas where we know access is really important. So we are going to be that lifeline, right? And ODOT is key to that. But we've had to make tough decisions. So when you think about just the conversation earlier around what's an overpass versus over a body of water, we certainly have to protect those things that are the only access across bodies of water, because if that goes down, then there's no access. Whereas an interstate overpass, and pardon my dismissive nature of the comment, but the interstate overpass, we could bulldoze that off and get the route open in a couple of days. So those kinds of things have to be part of our analysis. That said, we would much rather a system that we didn't have to bulldoze anything out of the way and that people could freely escape when they needed to and recover as they need to as well.
Yes, Commissioner Baker.
Well, to that point, and also to the magnitude of what it's going to take to replace the bridges, we can't despair over the magnitude because we can't get frozen. What we need to do is be very deliberate about what our most important strategies are and be able to articulate them and say, this is what we're going to get accomplished over the course of the next 20 years as funds are available. And we need to be really smart and really prudent about where we invest and do the right things in the sequence that's the highest priority. Because you're right. I mean, just this discussion that we've had, if it's over water, it's one situation. If it can be bulldozed out of the way, it's a different situation. So I think it would be a really smart thing for us to do, to take a look at these 2,700 bridges that we're responsible for and put together the plan. Say, what are the first 300, 500, whatever we think we can deal with in a time frame. And it probably exists, but I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I was just going to offer, and I'll turn to the team to put some more detail on this, but Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, it does exist. And I want to acknowledge the team that came before all of us sitting in front of you. Director Garrett at the time and Division Administrator Mather, I think, were the architects of really pulling together the seismic triage to get to what you just described. We could step back and we could wring our hands and admire the problem, and we could all join in the fact that the problem doesn't have a solution, or we could march forward on a seismic triage, and that's actually why it's named triage, to really allow for what would be our next step, right? We need to be taking those steps because it's important, and our job is to address that. So this work really comes from their diving in the exact way that you've described. So I think maybe what one of our steps is to come back and really describe what the seismic triage is and why this is a part of that, because it's a broader, comprehensive strategy.
I think that's also cues up the conversation we're going to have later about the capital investment plan and the opportunity to have a longer range planning approach to developing projects and prioritizing projects. Because I think that's another way of capturing the same topic and putting financial planning to that.
And I would add, we have not lost that seismic triage plan. In fact, our chief engineer and our maintenance engineer are talking about what we can do as next steps within that seismic triage plan over the next biennium. So it's still front and center. Having come from the field, I can also say field staff partner locally and participate in emergency exercises. And we run those scenarios as to what happens in an event and what are the escape routes so that we're all aware of what the priorities are at the local level.
Great. Commissioner Chang?
Yeah, if I could step down from the massive scale disaster to small scale localized disasters. During the discussion earlier of 300 potentially 300 weight limited bridges in the near future, And there was a lot of there were a lot of questions about, you know, how that impacts freight. I know that there's been discussion at the OTC before about weight limited bridges and public safety, fire trucks and things like that. Could you, I haven't fully absorbed all that information yet. Can you speak a little bit about what a weight limited bridge, what kind of impacts that has on public safety?
Sorry.
Commissioner Chang, sure. Thank you for the question. That's an excellent question. I don't have all the answers, but I can give you some of the things. So I think of this, when I think of this issue, I think of a small section of the community that's isolated because you have to cross a bridge to get there. And if that bridge becomes weight limited, then we have a lot of issues around not just emergency vehicles, but lots of services that the folks that live on the other side of that structure need and rely on. In particular, we have seen an increase in the style or type of vehicle that's being used for emergency response that has concentrated the weight into a vehicle that's relatively short compared to its overall weight. So we're looking at vehicles that can be in the 90,000 plus pound range that are less than 40 feet long or in the neighborhood of 40 feet long. And so even small bridges experience the entire weight of the vehicle as they try and cross it. And when we have the number of bridges we do, especially smaller ones in the Coast Range and the Willamette Valley, we're looking at bridges that many of them have a timber components that don't last as long. And so all of these things add up to the concern you're asking about. And while we can go in and do some repairs relatively quickly to help boost the condition of that bridge, there are times when those are really major rebuilds. Think of Scour from a very large water event. So the river lifts up and the support is relatively undermined. To do that is more than just a 1 or 2 day thing. And while those are the types of repairs that we do in the major bridge maintenance program, funding is always an issue, is how soon we can get to them and how quickly we can make those fixes.
Right.
Hopefully that helps with your
Yeah.
question.
So I mean, in the same way that this seismic triage analysis was really helpful for helping us understand, you know, that what the critical bridges are to address, to ensure that when the big one comes, we're as ready as we can be. I'm wondering if there would be some value in taking a look at these, you know, potentially near-term weight limited bridges and the impacts on public safety. You know, a kind of comprehensive look and prioritization for those purposes as well. I mean, we could also make an argument for freight. You know, are there bridges that are much more strategic from a freight perspective than another perspective? But just a thought on some different kinds of analyses we could be doing.
Thank you for that suggestion. I think that's one that we have talked about and one that we probably should fill out a little bit better than we have up to date.
Thank you.
And I would just offer Commissioner Chang that, and Madam Chair, sorry for jumping in. Commissioner Chang, I'll offer the evolution of weight per axle is actually changing at a pretty rapid pace and has been for the better part of a decade, especially in the emergency service realm. And so our bridge engineers will talk to you about things like factor of safety and how do you kind of design a bridge for that overload moment and all of those things. But the dynamic load is actually really important for those bridges, and the team is evaluating those things as we know. But probably, you know, the most punctuation I would put on this is we don't want to be in a position where a community is stranded because an emergency vehicle can't get to them. And so your point is very well taken and something that our team is considering as well.
I think this is a good transition to challenges ahead in the bridge program, because we clarify that the deteriorating timber bridges are one of our biggest challenges. And we have 217 timber bridges around the state, or bridges with timber elements, and those are priorities for replacement and where we would focus funds coming out of session, assuming the governor's recommended budget. That is one of the things we've emphasized. Over 10% of those are load restricted. So replacing the aging timber bridges would address a lot of load restriction issues as well. And we can take a closer look at where those locations are relative to communities and the potential for isolation in those communities. I think that we've covered a lot of the topics on this slide, and we've certainly talked about the cost of like future bonding of in our bridge program for that Abernathy Bridge, and that will be paid for out of bridge program funds. That's about $40 million a year that's going to go towards bonding, which means, or debt service on bonding, which means it won't go towards bridge, like other bridge projects. I also want to flag that we have an enormous number of cormorants nesting on the Astoria Megler Bridge. And while I know that might sound a little bit silly to bring up, it's about 12,000 cormorants, and they're putting they're causing a lot of damage to the bridge, and managing that and mitigating the damage of those birds is a substantial challenge for our program. The cormorant waste is acidic and saline, and it's corrosive to the bridge elements. And so we have to do a lot of bridge cleaning, more bridge cleaning than normal. And there's a lot of debris, and they also cause a lot of damage to electrical conduit on the bridge that needs to be replaced as well. And so this cormorant population, which has increased from 700 cormorants in 2012 to 12,000 cormorants today. The biggest colony on the West Coast is causing some challenges. However, we're working closely with Fish and Wildlife, the Army Corps, the state of Washington, and National Marine Fisheries to develop a mitigation plan. And so that is front and center for the bridge program as a priority. And I expect we'll talk more about that in the future, but I did want to flag it because it is a little bit unusual. And the Astoria Megler Bridge is a mighty bridge on our system and a crucial connector for the North Coast communities and the South Coast of Washington communities as well. I'll also note the reference to winter chemicals, and Mike mentioned that before, that we're seeing more damage due to like more severe storm events. We are going to shift gears to the pavements now. And I think that want to just flag, we do pavement reports every 2 years instead of every 1 year. Yes.
Just one quick question, sorry.
Yes.
Do the cities and counties use the same rating system that we use for fair and good, or we've got all kinds of rating systems around the state?
Commissioner Baker, thank you for the question. Yeah, yes, they do. And we're in partnership with them in those ratings.
And it's a national rating system.
Yes.
So everyone is using the same rating system. So when you look at other states and compare other states, which sometimes comes up, we're all using the same rating system, following the same criteria. Shifting gears to the pavement report, while Bridge produces a report every year and is doing inspections on an annual basis, Pavement is producing a report every 2 years. So the 2024 report that came out is the first since 2022. And we will dive into like similar kinds of comparison on pavement condition. We typically note that we have nearly 8,000 miles of highway. I want to clarify that when we talk about mainline miles of highway, that doesn't really capture whether those are 1 lane in each direction or three lanes in each direction. We have about 18,000 lane miles. So with a lot of pavement on our system, and we do this work, like this inspection work, both from a windshield survey and also using some pretty great 3D technology. And we contract that work out. It costs about $1 to $2 million to do that inspection work with the scanner, and we do that in collaboration with our policy and data analysis division, using state planning and research funds to pay for that. So that is ongoing. I am going to shift over to Mike, and he's going to dive into conditions and sharing some similar types of graphs.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And again, a rating system, this one is very similar to the bridge one. Our fair condition here doesn't have two different levels, but you can think of probably the upper end and lower end of the fair condition similarly to as we talked about in bridge. You've all experienced potholes and that sort of thing and ruts, and you've probably been on highways where the ruts were deep enough that they actually can drive your car for you. You can just let go of the wheel and it keeps you right in the rut. Those are our poor condition highways. Fair condition is where that rut is much less noticeable. You might not even notice it unless there was water on the road. Cracks are smaller, and the condition of the road is probably repairable with certain kinds of maintenance things in a way that will extend its life quite a bit as compared to the poor condition roadways. And good condition is where the cracks are really quite small and they don't have huge patterns to them. And the riding, you feel comfortable driving on it. And so a little bit more about condition. Here's a chart showing things over the course of the last 6 or 8 years and a prediction or forecast off into the next funding cycle for the STIP. We've done pretty well overall across all highways, 87% at this point of fair or better. We have a KPM that's we're trying to make sure that we keep to, which is 85% fair or better. You will see that the condition of good category has fallen over the course of the last few years, and that we forecast under the current funding cycle that our ability to pave will be reduced, and the total number of those areas of pavement that are in good will fall a little bit more, and areas of pavement in poor will increase also, and that directly relatable to the ability to pave and do repair. As a note, we have a separate KPM for interstates that the federal highway imposes on us, which is 5%, no more than 5% poor. And right now we're achieving that. So that's a little bit different condition, and it's only for the interstates. And so here's back to the conversation about lane miles versus centerline miles. This is lane miles. So each, let's call it a 12-foot lane and every mile long. In the last 20 years, we were able to pave close to 700 of those miles a year. Go out and do the chip seals that you see, which are really extend the life of our pavements enormously. If we can chip seal a couple of times over the life of the pavement, we've nearly doubled its ability over that period of its life cycle. That gave us a 25-year cycle on paving, which is just right at the end when we're doing those maintenance chip seals. What we're seeing over as our funding moves forward through what would be the approved budget currently, we would start not being able to pave very much at all, maybe 110 miles a year. Chip seals, we would try to make sure we're doing about the same, but that pushes our funding cycle around paving to 160 years. More on that. I think, Amy,
This
we're
is
going
me.
to
We're gonna
transition
transition to
you.
me. So as Mike mentioned, our goal obviously is to repave or resurface at the right time because that's the lowest cost. In order to do that, we need to make sure, as he mentioned, that our maintenance crews are out and sealing those cracks quickly so that the structure underneath that wearing surface doesn't start to degrade. And so it's important that we not just think about those paving projects, but also making sure our maintenance crews can get to those cracks and fissures that we see rapidly so that they don't continue to grow. And so we note that right now, as Mike said, we're doing quite well, but you'll see the chart there. We've been using that a lot in our testimony. Without the governor's budget, the paving conditions continue to decline. And in 2036, you see that we start to have some very poor conditions around the state without an infusion of funding. And so that if you've traveled to other states, we do have very nice roads to travel on in terms of our pavement condition, and it will start to decline quickly without funding.
I'm sorry, excuse me. That last chart.
That last chart, we're projecting out to 2036, just like we did with the bridges to see kind of
But is that based
Based-
on current
current
funding?
funding levels. Yes. And so based on the governor's budget and that funding level, these are the areas where we've identified it is the most strategic for us to pave to maximize the funds in that projected budget. And so you'll see that we are, again, working on the interstates. There's a lot of projects there because we have that 5% threshold that we have to meet. And then we're trying to get to other locations where we're not yet rebuilding the entire roadway, but where we're resurfacing to maximize those dollars.
Question for the director. So in the governor's budget, we're trying to preserve where we are now, but there really isn't additional funding to go beyond that. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, there actually is additional funding in the governor's budget. She funded a higher level of preservation in her budget that would allow for us to pave more lane miles. It's still, it wouldn't cover the entire state, obviously, but it would make a significant dent, and we can get you those numbers. I would also offer, only because I'm in the middle of responding now, a couple of takeaways as it relates to interstate paving, for example. We care about all the pavements on all of our routes across the state. But we also have these different metrics that we have to hit for different organizations, some for ourselves, some for the legislature, some for federal highways. Put simply, if we don't get additional funding out of this legislative session, we will only be paving interstates as soon as 2027. And the reason for that is because it's the interstate. And so I won't go into all the reasons why that logic connects. But I will also say that we get federal money, and the federal money that goes into the system is predicated on hitting certain performance targets, as you heard Mike describe. And so if we didn't pave the interstates and we were to say pave somewhere else, we wouldn't get the federal money because we'd be dropping below our performance target for federal highways. So it's not as straightforward in every jurisdiction or every prioritization effort. We have to hit all these different metrics, or we're not just impacting the amount or how far state dollars can go, we're impacting our ability to actually attract federal money.
It goes beyond that too. I mean, in terms of our overall responsibility, I said at the top, keeping the economy going, and that kind of speaks to the interstate and some of the other highways, but the interstate's kind of the lifeblood.
Yes, that's exactly right. And because we have just such a significant rural presence in our state, we know that the other routes are actually really important too. I do not want to be in a situation where we're only paving the interstate. The slides that you saw over the last 2 or 3 slides really do demonstrate a significant impact on Oregonians and the economy, which also impacts Oregonians directly, right around the corner. I mean, we're not talking 10 years from now. We are talking as soon as 2027.
I want to be, just so I understand the green chart, the last one with the governor's budget. The governor's budget assumes substantial new funding.
275 million for pavement preservation is included as a line item above the current 275 million for pavement preservation above current funding levels is included in the governor's budget.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
Yep, that's correct.
And it's not a given. I mean, I
Right.
appreciate the governor put it in their budget, but you put it in without a funding source.
Correct. Correct.
And I would just applaud the governor and her budget for really recognizing the importance of what sometimes can be really a complex understanding of how you maintain a facility like this, because there are maintenance activities and funding that has to go into the day-to-day operations for our staff, but there's also the preservation element of preserving what you have. And that's outside of kind of building new things. And the governor's budget recognized the need to preserve our pavements and bridges in her budget.
I think that's a good transition to one of the accomplishments of the paving program recently, which is exploring a simplified process to deliver some paving with state dollars only, to look at how much savings we can see with a simplified state-funded process. These projects that we selected are simpler in the sense that they are like, they are not triggering other kinds of improvements, which often add cost to projects, and a number of like associated federal standards. But these projects that we were piloting did find like 20% savings in delivery, which is notable because we're seeing the cost of paving projects go up, and we're primarily seeing the cost of paving projects go up because of material cost increases. And I will get to that in my next slide here. One of the biggest challenges for our program is not only reduced funding for paving, but the increase in cost for paving. Specifically, I've been working with my team to look at like rising bid item prices over the last 5 years. And what we've seen is that asphalt concrete pavement bid prices have more than doubled since 2020. We've seen a similar rise in aggregate base, which is the angular rock that we use to repair the sub base below the pavement when we're doing paving projects. We've seen also similar rises in concrete barrier. And so when we're doing paving projects and replacing barrier, those prices have doubled as well. We're also seeing increases in labor costs. Our flagging prices have gone up 60%. Flaggers are, of course, crucial to temporary traffic control during construction. And the price of structural concrete has gone up almost 5 times over the same period. So all of those increases in bid prices are contributing to this like substantial rise in construction costs for paving projects. And so that paired with less money means we just can't deliver as much paving as we would like to deliver and as we've been able to complete in the past, which is contributing to the deterioration of pavement statewide. Another factor is industry consolidation. We've seen 2 significant examples of large contractors purchasing smaller contractors in the last few years. In one case, that purchase also included the purchase of a number of quarry sites around the state, which has also changed the price of materials. That consolidation means that we have less competition on our paving projects in the bidding environment, and that is we also see that as a contributor to the rising costs. I think that so the points made earlier about only being able to advance projects on the interstate in the next STIP cycle. We're looking at 2 construction projects on the interstate in the next STIP cycle, and then 2 design only phase projects that would be funded for construction in future years. So really, like, not only like the outcomes of all of this are that we're only expecting to see 2 projects, and that also impacts the construction market. And we're hearing about that a lot from our contractor partners about their concern about workload in the future. So that comes up a lot in our conversations with AGC. All right, so we're coming to the end. I see Commissioner Baker, you have a comment or question?
Yes.
Sorry, I was ignoring you.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting used to it.
Okay.
I want to get back to this subject of competition. Joe Courtwright, who often makes contributions to the commission, sent me a link to a study that was performed by the Brookings Institute last summer, where they took a look at all state DOTs and ranked the states by cost per mile for paving. And we didn't do so well. But there were 2 things that the study rose, principal reasons why the variations existed. One is competition. And I think you raise a great point with regard to consolidation, not only in terms of the contractors that are bidding, but consolidation of our supply as it relates to rock. This is a big deal.
Yeah, it is. It's a very big deal.
And I'm glad you pointed it out. One standard deviation in this, in other words, having one additional competitor on bids, according to the Brookings data, resulted in a 17.6% savings on projects. So for us, I would say as we're trying to stretch our dollars as far as we can, anything that we can do to encourage competition would be a really, really great move. Because if they're right, and if I've read the data correctly, by adding competition to the mix where we can, wouldn't it be nice to be able to extend our projects by 10%, 15%, 20%, just because we're really focused on increasing competition?
Can I respond? I'm going to respond to that.
She's so excited to respond.
I'm so excited to respond to that question and that comment. Yes, I remember seeing a presentation back in 2006 at an ASHTO conference about material source sites and encouraging competition. And so one of the programs that we have in our portfolio is a material source program. And so where we can maintain, those sites to produce the rocks that we need. And then when we have a paving project and we offer that site up to encourage that competition, that's one way of helping ourselves, to your point.
Yeah, I would say that, in terms of thinking about, the next 20 years for the agency, that we ought to be thinking about our supply of rock and where it is, how do we protect it? How do we make sure that there's competition for our raw materials?
Well, I know that our material source folks are watching right now and are grinning ear to ear.
Yes.
Because this is a frequent topic in our shop, and we agree wholeheartedly.
Yes.
I also want to note that the competition has really benefited on the ADA side of our shop, and like ADA delivery, we're seeing a rise in bidders and consequently like much better prices for delivering the ADA curb ramp program, which is pretty excellent, because now we're seeing like 5, 6, 7 bidders per project, in part because that's where the work is, and contractors are seeing that and responding. And so we're seeing a growing number of contractors showing up to bid and winning work, which is great.
Typically on a big resurfacing project, how many contractors bid them?
Varies by location, but at least we've seen 4 to 3, 4, sometimes 5.
Do we have many situations where it's one?
Rarely. We had
Yeah.
one recently in Southern Oregon where there was only one bidder. In fact, we brought that forward to y'all for, I think we needed to add some funds on account of the bid price with that single bidder. But that is in part one of the reasons we experienced that was on account of consolidation of the industry and lack of competition in the area. We certainly have more competition in the Willamette Valley than we do in Eastern Oregon and Southern Oregon.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Right.
I think that we use all of this information, the inspection, the asset condition inspection information to inform how we make investments and prioritize corridors. We really look at like the corridor, the value of the corridor for communities, for the whole state, and the conditions. And we think about route priority and load ratings, and all of those are contributing factors. And so this ongoing inspection of our assets and assessment is really crucial to how we prioritize projects. And I think that as we talk later today about our rolling investment strategy and the capital investment planning moving forward, we're going to really be able to highlight that more and share more about how priorities lead to making investment decisions for capital projects. We wanted to highlight 2 projects, one on the bridge side and one on the pavement side. We brought this project, St. John's Bridge, to you a few months ago to talk about costs, but it is really a great example of a historic and noteworthy bridge that needs to be preserved. And the work that we're doing on the piers at the St. John's Bridge is really critical to preserving the life of this bridge, which was built in 1931. I think we've learned a lot through the delivery of this project, especially about how we plan for uncertainty and costs, and that's informing our future planning for bridge projects. But it is a great project, and it's a pretty tremendous structure for Oregon, and we have quite a few of these beautiful historic structures that we need to preserve. Again, and this is an example of one of the the piloted simple paving projects that we invested in near Drain earlier this year, and was identifying like the right treatment and right delivery approach to improve conditions on this pavement. So it has been a year with a lot of learning for Pavements and Bridge, and we have a lot of work moving forward. We really thank you for your time today and the questions.
Well, I think we questioned you out. Oh, I guess not.
No, just a comment. Again, as I said earlier, this was really interesting material, and I'm really grateful for the presentation and the way you laid it out. A little bit tongue in cheek at Bridges 101, but it was really interesting, and I think that this might be, one subject that when we talk to the Joint Committee on Transportation at some time when they get their head above water so that they can really understand, the issues that we're facing relative to bridges, this would be a really interesting hour, I think, to walk through interested legislators in what we're facing here, because it was, I assume they've probably got about as much knowledge on bridges as I do. And I found it really helpful, and really appreciate the work that's gone into that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks
Thank
to
you
our
for the
team.
report. Great job. Haven't seen us so engaged in a while. So it wasn't, I need more money. Well, it was, but
Right.
it was,
Madam Chair, and to all the questions, I appreciate the engagement because there is one thing coming in that, and you saw that in some of the slides in the middle. A report card is only as good as a reflection backwards on how you're doing. And we also have the job and the opportunity to predict what we see coming. And that is part of what you're starting to see in these presentations, is to really demonstrate those interstate area bridges, for example. Those are right around the corner. You're going to see a reduction in our service and our ability to keep those bridges in good condition without funding, because we'll see that fall off in the very near term, and we're already seeing it for some. And so having this conversation and understanding that the report card is only part of the story, you've got to look forward as well.
all right. We are behind a little bit. Question for the commission. Would you like a few minutes? Yes, 5-minute break. Let's try to be disciplined and get back here in 5 minutes. All right. Okay, we're going to move on and we're going to go to our last item before lunch. And it is item G, the strategic review and our closeout report. So, Mr. Mather, floor is yours.
Madam Chair, I might give an introduction to the strategic review. So you will all recall, because we've been working on this for quite some time, and the real value and the effort behind doing this review was intended to achieve multiple goals. So one, obviously, is to demonstrate the recognition that we have areas that we need to improve and we need to continue to improve. And we have to ask ourselves the hard questions, because we know that our existence really is to serve Oregonians, and we can only do that if we're asking ourselves the hard questions. The other is obviously to demonstrate legislatively that there's an inward look to the things that we know we need to improve on. In fact, a lot of what we've talked about today have been things that we've been talking about for the last year, really demonstrating that we know that there are areas that improvement needs to come to bear. But we also know that that doesn't take the successful moments away from the other elements that are going actually really well. The third is the part that is really, I think, one of the more important ones, which is the ongoing work of this. So it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop with a strategic review. It doesn't stop with a single report. It doesn't stop with a single finding. The real effort is, how are we looking within ourselves in an ongoing basis to be able to adapt to those situations? At the end of the day, when you look at large projects, for example, I know that that is one of the elements that we're struggling on as it relates to Abernathy, for example. But we are the agency that is tasked with delivering those large projects, and we have to do that. It's something that we're doing well in other areas. And so as you start to look at this balance, we've got to find those moments to look within and say, how do we improve organizationally and strategically, and do it in a way that really builds the entire process from start to finish. So I say all that to say that the team in front of you has been working really hard to really dive into not just the findings of the review, but really going beyond the review itself as well to say, here's how we can make this even better. Part of that is in our implementation or development of our project delivery process, moving away from an isolated 4-year STIP cycle and moving into something that is longer in duration. And so what you'll see before you here is descriptions of things that were acknowledged, completed, and behind us, and then descriptions of things that are acknowledged, in process, and that in process work is continuing to demonstrate value and will into the future. And the completed check mark behind some of these efforts, frankly, will never exist, because it's going to be an ongoing evolution of the work that we're doing. So with that, Madam Chair, I turn to Mr. Mather, who many of you have known for years. We asked him to come in and really lead an impossible task, and he's been doing a great job along with each of the strategic leads you have in front of you.
Thank you, Director Strickler, Paul Mather, implementation champion for the strategic review. I'm here to give you the closeout report. We've been before you several times over the last 6, 8, 9 months. And here today to do the closeout report. I hesitate a little bit on the word closeout report, because as Director Strickler was just talking about, there's a lot of work yet to be done. As we get into the various work items, and probably as you've seen already, many of the work items are fairly straightforward. Many of them we've had done for many months already, but there's many that we have more work yet to be done, and the individuals on either side of me are going to give you more details on that work. So I really see this for myself as more of a handoff point for someone that's led the entire effort, to give you a closeout or a point in time of when many of these are closed out, but there's still a handful of these that are going to be very significant for the agency. And the word I'll use several times during this is game changing for the agency, that have a number of steps and work yet to do. And so it's really a handoff point from me to you, to again, the individuals around me, to continue that work, to get that work across the finish line. We have a number of these that are across the finish line, and we're going to report on those as the closeout report. But again, there's a handful that have more work to do. And so my presentation today, I think, will reflect that. I'm going to give you just a brief update of kind of how we got here, just to remind everybody how we got here. The majority of the presentation, again, will be from the individuals around me talking about their work and that very significant game-changing work that we've got in front of us. I'll come back up and then give you the closeout of many of the work that we've had done for several months, and I've been reporting to you as completed, and then give you some final wrap-up thoughts that I have of just being back in the agency, what I've seen in the agency, and kind of where this work puts you on the trajectory of where I believe this work is gonna take you. So just as a reminder, last spring, Director Stickler asked WSP to come in and do a rapid assessment of the effectiveness of the agency, seeing several issues that we've struggled with for many years. And with legislative session coming up, it seemed like the right time to come in and do an examination of very specific areas in the agency. It wasn't, those who are familiar, in the 2017 timeframe, we did a more comprehensive review of the agency. This was a more surgical, targeted review. Here's the review team. You've seen the slide before. Paula Hammond, you're all familiar with, led the team. Her counterparts of former secretaries or directors from other departments around the country helped lead the effort. So a very experienced group that were fast studies and could really give very knowledgeable and experienced insights into work items going forward. Here's the areas that they specifically focused on: budget and revenue practices, our project management and accountabilities, and just how we compare to other states was another element that we asked for in the report. Some of the strengths that they saw, and just reflecting in the last presentation you just saw, in general, the highway system's in good condition. I think it would be kind of an asterisk on that with some of the presentation you just saw, and that we have things in good condition now, but things could easily be very different from that in the near future. We have a dedicated staff, and I've certainly seen that in my time back and working on this. Strong relationships from the department, and really the department values continuous improvement, and I've really felt that as I've worked with people in the agency working on this. I haven't had any kind of resistance or pushback. There's only so many hours in the day and so many dollars in the budget, but as far as their willingness to understand problems and take those on has been good to see and refreshing to see. So here's that list of items that came out of the report that we've been reporting to you on. Again, many of these we've done several months ago, and I've reported to you that the work is completed. But the bulk of the work there in the first 4 or 5 handful of work items, I think, is really where the meat of this is, and where we still have more work to be done to realize the benefits of some very significant changes to the organization. So I'm going to touch on the first one, and then I'm going to turn it over to the colleagues around me to give you some more detail on this one. So the first one is improving budget and capital programming process. This is the audit that Marlene and her team did over the last 6 months, 8 months or so. You saw a detailed report where you had her and Travis in front of you talking about that at your last meeting. And so I'm not going to go into that other than say their audit response is well underway and doing work, and probably at some point you're going to want them back to hear how that response went. But it's underway and going forward. It's been good work to uncover the issues that they have and to follow up on those. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Amanda and let this team walk you through the next several items and spend the bulk of our time kind of walking through that. Then I'll come back with a wrap up.
Okay, hanging out on the sideline here, Amanda Peets, Administrator for Policy Data and Analysis with Oregon Department of Transportation. I'm actually super excited to be talking about this item, the Capital Investment Plan. You may have heard it referred to before as the 10-year rolling investment strategy. We've kind of landed that name as the Capital Investment Plan. I think it's I think Paul used the word game changer. I think in the director's letter to you all, he calls it one of the most consequential things that we'll do. It is a significant change for us, and I think will bring many benefits, which we'll articulate as we go through these slides. Really, this came from, as Paul mentioned, the WSP team had former directors of DOTs. When they interviewed us and talked to us about things, and we talked about the STIP, the Statewide Transportation Improvement Program, they got quizzical looks on their face, and they were a little bit baffled. And what they realized is that as we talked about it, we were talking about kind of our policy discussions, our higher level direction on investments as part of the STIP, whereas each of them in their respective DOTs really looked at the STIP as a document that meets federal requirements that just lists the programmed projects. So they thought about it in a very different way. And so their suggestion was break that apart, look at it a little bit longer term than just the 4 years of the STIP, and create your strategy piece, and then separate that from your programming piece. So the STIP still exists. That's something that's really important that we'll still do. This is a newer piece onto it that really allows us to look strategically. As we got that information, we talked with the WSP team. We looked at over 20 different state departments of transportation to see how they did business. We really narrowed in on these 4: Colorado, Minnesota, Nevada, and Arizona as ones that we felt were the most promising that could be applied in the state of Oregon. As we looked at these, each of them were really a data-driven process. And so when they looked at projects that were put on this investment list on their strategy, that they really went through a disciplined process of screening through metrics in order to make that list. So we talked about state of good repair earlier in the presentation you saw. That's obviously a key outcome that we need to drive towards. And so how do we make sure that the projects we're investing in drive towards those key outcomes? What we learned from other states as we're doing this work, we had multiple peer exchanges with each of these entities, is they recommend not just quantitative metrics, but also qualitative, making sure we're getting the right projects in a very rounded list. You can see the other recommendations from kind of the other states. The other one I'll point out here is that each of them said, whew, this is not an easy lift. This is a change when each of them did that it takes time. They'll iterate that over time. It'll improve over time. But they were applauding us for jumping into that effort. We took what we learned from other states, and then we're making it in Oregon. We're seeing how it fits within our agency, the ways that we can integrate it within our processes, not break our systems, in fact, enhance our systems. So we grabbed folks from across the agency to work on these kind of areas of development that are shown up here. We had 52 folks from across the agency, many different work groups to make sure that we design this right. In fact, when we talked to the other states that I was mentioning earlier, they were very envious of this process, that we were doing kind of this rapid design, really working across teams, because they felt like that was a deficiency when they did their processes originally.
And Amy Ramsdale, Delivery and Operations Division Administrator. If I could add in here, we made sure that we had a diverse representation of our organization on these teams so that we had diverse thoughts and opinions so that we could really challenge one another as we were developing this plan. And so I just want to make sure we note that we did not fall into that groupthink thing that can sometimes happen.
And I think relative to that point, we really started the design process with hearing opportunities and challenges. So we just started that of like, what are your concerns as we do this? Where do we see opportunities? We did a lot of listening from that, not only internally, but externally. We talked to some of our metropolitan planning organizations or area commissions on transportation to really hear that, as then we talked to other states and said, okay, here's some challenges that we heard. How have you dealt with these? Did these come up? So we really could work through that and design a good process. So we're at the stage now where we're sharing that with you as part of the closeout. What I'd say in terms of where we are in that is we've designed the product that we're driving towards. We've designed the process that we're going to use to get that. Now we'll actually launch into the work, as you can see, in mid-2025. Part of that really is seeing how the transportation funding package goes at the legislature. That will be telling for our overall investment portfolio. So that needs to kind of land for that. We're going to be outreaching to our area commissions on transportation. We've already been doing a lot of work with our metropolitan planning organizations and others as part of that.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Done. Conceptually, I like this change. Makes a lot of sense. In fact, from my experience, it almost, from the local level up, it almost goes back to where we were in the early 1980s before the feds changed the process for the STIP. But, and I think that's important from the local level, even though we're not going to fund everything that they think is a priority, but at least having that list, have them go through that process of what they see that is really important. And it probably creates an opportunity for communication about partnership and joint funding on things that they view as important if we can get to agreement. I think the trigger that I'm interested in is, and it gets to the point that Mr. Courtwright was challenging us about earlier, is how do you get from that early stage where you sort of a professional guesstimate of what will be to what goes into the STIP
Yeah, so
at the end of the time.
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, we'll walk through some of those pieces of how we get there and how that creates, I think, improvements in our estimations and really sequencing things in the right way. So I want to speak a little bit to what is this capital investment plan that we're talking about. So it really identifies planned investments over a 10-year period in a financially constrained way. So we anticipate how much money is coming into the organization. We look at that and we say, okay, what can we reasonably fund within that? As you look at the mix of investments that's part of that portfolio, the majority are going to be projects. But we do need to also have kind of programmatic investments. So a good example of that, Chair Brown, is public transportation. So I think right now as we do the STIP, it doesn't say where our investments in transit are. This is an opportunity to show kind of holistically across ODOT's investment portfolio, how are we investing? We're going to show that programmatically. We're not going to show by individual transit agency or jurisdiction how we're investing that money. So we'll show some programmatic investments. We'll also have some reserve for quick response. So I'll talk later today about the safety action plan. We use a data-driven process for that. That information changes. We have new hotspots and areas of concern that pop up that we need to be more agile to be able to address. So we have that quick response reserve for that, as well as think about extreme weather, emergency events that we can't anticipate and plan for. Having some reserve gives us the agility to deal with those. We'll also have a small section for what I call investments of interest. So these are kind of the aspirational list. So if you only look at the financial constraint, we'll only prepare for the money that we have. But we know federal grants come down, other investment opportunities come out. We need to be prepared for those, have projects in the pipeline. This creates some of that opportunity. Also uniquely, and I think this is just a state of Oregon thing that we'll do in our investment portfolio, we want to show our investments relative to the entire need. So we tend to show our transportation needs when we are articulating our gaps in funding. We should be showing that on a more continual basis of how our investments getting us there, where do we still have remaining gaps. So now I want to go through benefits, and I think Vice Chair hit some of your points or questions earlier. So one is creating better accountability between long-range plans and short-term investments. So our long-range plan being the Oregon Transportation Plan, y'all adopted in 2023. That sets a vision out to 2050. We have then our budget, which is our STIP, from a 4-year period. Well, there's a pretty big gap in there between this long-range plan and this immediate investment. What the capital investment plan does is it closes that, creating that midterm look at how we translate between the two. So it creates accountability from the vision that we set in our transportation plan and goals to the actual investments and connects those. It also helps us understand the long-term impacts of short-term decisions. So I know this is one that the commission deals with on a frequent basis. If we're looking for bonding for a particular project, because we know that's a needed investment currently today, we'll borrow money. We'll have to pay that back over time. And then we can suppose what some of those long-term impacts might be, but they're hard to see. It's hard to see the tangible side of it. So with this capital investment plan, because it's looking longer term, we can really understand the impacts of those short-term decisions on long-term. So we can look at projects like we can't do as much because we'll be paying that back over time. I think you heard Ms. Peltz earlier also talk about the seismic strategy. This is our opportunity to show what can we do over time incrementally to address some of those triage and some of those issues. The other benefit is transition to more disciplined project selection process. So this wheel of arrows is really to say that projects come from a lot of different places today, the ideas and concepts for our investments. We're really going to streamline that to, it has to come from a plan. It's driven by an asset management system. So our data systems are saying condition of our payments are poor. Here's where we need to invest, or from our communities. We're going to then run that, as I mentioned earlier, through goals and metrics. We're using that data-driven process to mean that you have to advance one of those goals in order to make the list as a project. Then we're going to go through this process of harmonization. Another state used this term and we really liked it because it really is looking at not just the project ideas, but really how do they blend together? What's the portfolio of investments that we need to make? So we'll look at balancing those investments by the types of activities. So that might be multimodal, that might be types of assets, those kind of thing, urban and rural balance. But we also need to consider, as we land our total portfolio, cost responsibility. We need to make sure we're meeting our federal obligation targets. And then we need to look at opportunities to combine projects, get more bang for our buck, and really look at that return on investment across the portfolio. So as we do that, there's a little bit of iteration that happens in that space as we then identify the projects that make that 10-year list. An example of this is in Arizona. So they have projects that come from plans or from studies. They then score those through performance metrics and measures. Those include things like technical score, making sure that it's advancing towards those key outcomes, as well as looking at community interest and urgency, looking at kind of districts and regions helping to in that scoring process before they ultimately scope projects that make the list.
This is where we start to talk about how does that benefit our projects. And so with the capital investment plan, this is where we would start that scoping work of a project and begin to identify that business case, that purpose and need that drives what the team looks at in terms of the project elements. And then we would probably start to program some of the design phase, and we're talking about and looking at the use of federal planning dollars to make sure that we use some of those and then also not create too heavy of an engineering budget, and take a look and really identify the project risks and then identify when it's truly ready to move to the next phase to get closer to construction. And so we have buckets that are based on different timeframes, which line up with the different types of projects that we deliver and the amount of time it takes to go through our engineering design. And so if you look at a 1 to 4 year bucket with our pavement program, this will allow us to continuously update the STIP with projects that are really ready. They can be delivered and designed in a short amount of time. And we have a high degree of certainty in those cost estimates because it's a single function type of project. So we see those going into a 1 to 4 year bucket in the capital investment plan. And then other projects, some of our bridge replacement projects, safety projects, modernization type work takes more time and it takes more community engagement. And so a lot of that work can be done in the planning side of things as opposed to during design and construction. And so we're just moving upstream to do some of that work. Instead of doing it at the project team level, we're doing it at the planning level. That should help us with managing our project budgets to make sure that when our design teams really, put the pins, well, it's all computerized now, but when they start moving things around and doing that work, that we know exactly what the scope of work is. And we're going to hold to that scope of work once it goes into the STIP. And so we should have had all of the community engagement and any, as Amanda referenced, opportunities to leverage local funds and partner in the project identified while it's in this bucket before it's programmed in the STIP. And then some of our longer range, more complex projects that, something like the larger projects we're doing in the urban mobility office go in this 8 to 10 year range, which gives us time to do some of that advanced NEPA work for an environmental assessment or an environmental impact statement before we start identifying and programming construction funds.
Question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah. How much of this is our staff versus consultants?
Right now, are you talking about when we deliver our projects?
I'm talking about these items that you're talking about here in terms of
these items that would happen here. I think it would be a little less than on our design side. We do use consultants, as do some of the locals, to develop transportation system plans. We typically have one area planner in that serves multiple counties, and they hire a consultant to do the plan with the locals. And then I think you
But
have
we're-
how many staff?
We're talking about monitoring and accountability.
Yes,
So are we going to monitor and hold our
yes.
consultants accountable, or are the consultants going to monitor and hold themselves responsible?
No, we would be monitoring, holding them accountable. As a former area manager, whenever there was a transportation system plan happening locally, whether it was Amanda's staff or the area planner from the region, I made sure to participate in that to ensure what was going in there and what the consultants were delivering was something the agency could design and was willing to deliver on our system.
Okay.
And so that's my expectation for those localized staff.
Okay. So what we're talking about here is review, monitoring,
Correct.
accountability, all managed by ODOT
ODOT
staff.
staff.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Uh,
Do you have the staff to do that, by the way?
For that phase, yes, we have area planners and area managers that I could see working with Amanda's team to do that work.
Okay. When you hit one where we don't, would you be sure to flag that and say, this is a gap that we need?
Oh, we will. I'll flag that later on. Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So the idea is that we would reassess those projects annually. I see the need for an annual scoping team in our regions that are constantly looking at projects. The only thing I haven't decided is, do you break apart some of the different programs so that we're not as rushed? Having scoped in the past, it always felt slightly rushed to put together that cost estimate. We want to give them adequate time to do their work. And there may be a way that we can stagger that with our staff. That could be a place where we might not have what we need right now to do the core work and do that annual scoping and have people really focus on that. It depends upon the size of the portfolio.
Okay. Another question?
You only get one.
Oh, I only get one. I blew it early.
Okay, go ahead.
Part of what we're talking about is centralizing controls and processes and so on.
Yes.
So when we push this back out to the regions, are we going to be really clear about the criteria, the methodology, the tools, so that a project in Region 1 is being evaluated the same as a project in Region 5?
Yes. And we have some more slides that talk about some of the work we've already done to set some metrics, but that's a great question. I go back to the time when we did the OTIA 3 bridges and how that program was managed centrally, and all of those project controls and those decisions around changes in scope, schedule, and budget were done centrally. The regions obviously have input because they're the ones doing the work. So we want to be thoughtful about those closest to delivering the project and what they see and what they experience. Yet at the same time, to your point, we've got to be monitoring their work and making sure that we are meeting the goals of the agency, the strategic action plan. And as we mentioned earlier, a lot of our key performance metrics all have to be evaluated when we're choosing that mix of projects and whether or not there should be any kind of scope, schedule, or budget change allowed.
Do we have the tools in place to be able to allow this to happen, or is there more work to do?
I believe that there's a lot more work to do. For starters, with our asset management programs, they're in a variety of different databases. Some rely on those old COBOL mainframe types of things. We don't have a maintenance management system that issues work order tickets and then identifies sort of what gets deferred, which is important for asset management, which would inform from the life cycle costs, what go into these buckets. And then in the terms of managing the project delivery, the CIO, our IT manager is working with me. We've been meeting with some consultants to see what kind of tools other states have available for managing their project delivery processes. We've compiled so many different systems that we don't have one comprehensive tool that does what we need and produces the reports we would want without a lot of manual inputs. Which, every time someone touches the data, there's an opportunity for it to get a little afoul, not anything nefarious, obviously, but just a mistake can be made every time a human enters data.
Yeah, it's a big task.
It is.
Because it's not only making the right selection to put the tool in place, but it's the resistance that you're going to find in the field where they've developed tools on their own because they couldn't get help someplace else, and they're going to dig in. And so this, from a organization management perspective, when you outline, what your data structure is going to look like, this is going to take putting a uniform set of shoulders of the leadership together and making this happen. Because it'll be a fight, and it'll take forever. I know, because I've been through these fights.
Yep.
So
I couldn't agree more. Having lived through that in some other programs managed when wearing a different hat, all of that data integrity work that we need to do to identify how it goes in and make sure it's standardized, the exception reports and the tools to utilize that are significant. And that is where in our division, I would say we are lacking resources, is to have a person that reports to me that is managing a strategic IT plan for the entire division, where we are sequencing the system replacements and making sure we're doing that in a very holistic way.
if you don't have somebody that is living that day in and day out, and it's their full-time job, you're not going to make it. So I think that's just fundamental. And the other, as we're talking through this, for us, when we start talking about what are the reasonable timeframes, because this is an aspiration at the moment, it's going to get cobbled together the best you can for a while, but it's not going to be functioning the way you want it to function for a period of time, because you need to get certain things accomplished. So it would be really helpful to me if you would put a stake in the sand and say, we want this across the goal line by whatever the date is, 26, 27, whatever it happens to be.
With regards to getting an IT strategic professional on board
Oh, you don't
in
have
the
to answer that.
division.
You don't have
Okay,
to answer that
but
question.
the chief information officer and I do want to work together to get a consultant to at least outline kind of what is needed and to have an actual plan within a year's time. We believe we can do that. I have done it in a different division where we at least identify what the sequencing is of those tools and systems that we need.
I think if you can find the right person, you could be a lot more aspirational than a year.
Okay. 2 clicks. Oh,
But that's just my opinion.
So again, as I mentioned earlier, we would not necessarily program all of the phases as we move from this bucket to the STIP. We would start with design. On a pavement project, we would probably also do construction. We're talking about 1 year. However, if you think about some of those longer projects, we would start with design when we're ready, program right of way. And then as we get, about a year out from construction, that is when we would program that construction estimate, which would give us more confidence in the estimate because we've done more design work. And so we think this gives us just a huge advantage to addressing some of those issues we've had, where we're trying to forecast those construction estimates 4 or 5 years in advance, because a lot can change between that amount of time. So I'm excited. And I do know that several of our teams are really excited about this opportunity. And so this is how we currently program our STIP. You'll see us come to you with a 2730. The way we do things now, we would then later come to you with 3033, 3336. But in the new way, so there's those leaps, we would move to annual updates. And so again,
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I got us. How we feeling?
Good afternoon. I think we are back online. As a commission and as staff, great job. We have adapted and overcome the power outage and we're in an undisclosed bunker. I'll tell you where we are, but we are still meeting. So no, in reality, we're in the transportation building still, but downstairs. So for all of you that are tuning in, forgive us. We hope you will be able to hear us. We'll try to speak loudly. And hopefully we'll be able to carry on the rest of our meeting. So when we broke earlier, we were in the middle of our strategic review and our closeout report, and then the power went out. So at this point, we're going to resume and hopefully you'll be able to hear the staff. Everybody's told to speak loudly and we're going to bring up the PowerPoint, right? Oh, we need the clicker. So.
Yeah, I'm sure I've been coming to commission meetings for 35 years. I don't think I've ever seen this, so we've done a nice job.
I got it. Sorry. It's okay. I don't mind running the slides, so we'll get done faster. So there we go. Finish. Move on.
You're done with that one.
So all of you are aware of my hand gesture of, okay, let's roll and move along, but giving me the clicker really gives me a lot more ability to move us. So I'm glad they gave it back to you. This is important. I think all of us are really engaged in this. This is one of the most important things on our agenda today. And so we're glad we're able to continue. Wow, look at that, rolling along.
No, we're missing, yep, we covered that slide. And so I think also we covered a bit of the, some of what's going to come out of the capital investment plan and some of those benefits. Again, greater transparency of what's in the pipeline so that we can do better collaboration with our stakeholders before we program our construction funds. Needs that can't be funded in this 2730. We've prioritized a list of projects. We'll take a look at that, and where we make that cut line, that's a great way for us to take those prioritized projects and start populating the iteration of this 10-year look ahead. And so that work that we've done isn't lost. And then again, we've mentioned the community benefits and the transparency in what we're working on. And so on this slide, Amanda and I are going to split this one. She's going to talk about the planning portion, and then we'll talk about what happens when she hands it off to us and we deliver.
Yeah, so I think Commissioner Baker asked earlier about accountability. So from an accountability perspective, role falls with me for development of the capital investment plan. And then the implementation of that falls to Administrator Ramsdale. So we kind of went over a lot of these steps in different pieces. So while accountability ultimately rests within our divisions, it really is cross-agency efforts and collaboration that makes this work happen. So there's a couple key points where the commission plays a role in particular, and then certainly open to as many times as you want to check in and where and how you want to participate in that process. Some of the earlier steps include setting goals and priorities, really looking at the goals of the transportation plan, strategic action plan, setting prioritization on that. Because if we have all goals, then you could justify any project. We have a limited amount of funds. We really need to prioritize those to the things that are important. You help establish those goals. And then we work through making sure we have a real grasp on our financial understanding and what is reality for what we can program within that, and then go through the process I talked before about identifying projects coming from really specific places nowadays, and then through the process of screening through metrics and goals, harmonizing those to create that ultimate list that is approved then by this body, the Transportation Commission. So informed by stakeholders, approved by the Transportation Commission.
Yeah, we have a question.
Can you talk about what the role of the acts and I guess the other two special intermediates or freight, where will they fit in this in the early stages?
Yeah, so Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, we plan to have, and I think it's on actually the next slide that I talk a little bit more about the role of the area commissions. So if you don't mind, I'll get to that in a moment.
That's right.
And so it gets handed off to us. Our job is to deliver the scope as approved by the commission. And to manage to that scope. And so that's an expectation of me. And then I have that same expectation of my staff. And we're going to talk in a couple other slides about the ways that we're going to actually implement those expectations to hold the teams accountable for delivery.
So I think I mentioned goal prioritization. That's one of the early next steps. This wouldn't be something that happens every single year. This would be something that happens every 3, maybe 5 years within a strategic the capital investment program, so that we can make sure that we're adjusting to current times, especially as hopefully we're making progress on some of those goals. Those will shift over time. That's one area I think in particular where area commissions on transportation should participate. I think what we'll hear across the state is different emphasis areas. You'll hear something different along the coast than maybe you'll hear in Eastern Oregon. So I think taking that perspective from our area commissions on transportation, as you all deliberate on how to prioritize some of those goals, will be super important. Additionally, we plan to have the area commissions look when we've are at the harmonizing step of the process. So they will be able to inform where do we have opportunities to combine investments, where might we leverage local funds as part of some of those efforts, and then what are some other considerations in terms of urgency of some of the investments and projects. So that's kind of the other stage of the development process. So again, prioritizing goals. Those help us to identify potential investments from, again, plans from our management systems and from communities like area commissions. And then going through the scoring process, doing that harmonization before you land on that final list, going back to the area commissions, chatting with them, and then bringing that final list to the commission for approval. So that's kind of the process.
Yes, Vice Chair. I'm still not clear on, and maybe it's because it's not there, the idea of the individual acts putting together their list and submitting that up.
I can answer that. So typically, what the area manager would do is work with the ACT and they would identify a list of prioritized projects within that body. That list is what gets pushed up to the region manager to bring to that project identification and selection. And so that's how we would do that.
So that still is going to happen, and they'll have the scoring matrix before, and so they have a sense of that. Not that they're going to make that decision, but they'll have a sense of that as they submit ideas.
Yes, so Chair Brown and Vice Chair Byer, I think one thing that's important, I think kind of back when we did that, we had a modernization program. So we had funds to modernize the system that the acts were selecting. A lot of our money right now is in the preservation side. And so I think it's informing them of what we're doing to work on our assets and looking for those opportunities to partner. When we talk about our Great Streets program, where we could do a more complete work. And then if there are funds for modernization efforts, that is where those ACT inputs would come in. Does that help?
So another way I would.
That seems a little light on their role in terms of, because they may have a different perspective. I'm not saying they should make the decision, but I think a more active role by the acts in that process would be helpful.
Yeah, so Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, a couple things I would just share. One is acts and cities and counties should be heavily engaged in plans as they're being developed, which is where some of the original project concepts come from. And then as part of the work plans that our area commissions on transportation have, many of those are identifying projects and potential investments that should be made in their area. We've informed that by sharing with them our heat maps, where we look at multiple layers and identify where we have the highest needs and concentrations. So they've used that in that process, and that can be a piece or input into some of the projects we identify.
Well, the risk, it's not just risk. I think it's good of us to encourage them to be thinking in that project and maintenance level. And it seems a little like we're saying, this is what we want to do. What do you think? As opposed to, what do you think the needs for your area are? I kind of prefer the latter. I think that if it's more participatory.
Yeah. I think that's something we can look at as we review the products coming from, again, those work plans. The area commissions are trying to look at some of those issues. I'll just share and not go over, but on the right side is a example from Nevada on some of their scoring criteria as they look at different goal areas and trying to advance outcomes of the investment towards those things. So they actually have metrics that are really specific to those areas, but it gives a good example of how other states kind of look at things.
And on this side, we're talking a little bit about those project and program management controls. And so in addition to just reviewing the portfolio that the regions are delivering, we're sitting down with our asset managers and program managers and taking a look at how their selection of projects is working towards our goal. We've already started this with the ADA program, and they were the first group that we did a quarterly review with to see, are you on track to meet the deadlines based on the projects that you have selected and the work that's going? And so
It's how we measure the program to those key performance metrics. It's going quite well. It's providing us with a lot of useful information. It provides me an opportunity to also provide some direction and areas where we need to maybe push a little harder if we see that we might be trending a little off track, although that program is doing quite well after our review. Next slide.
Are these, are these reviews, these quarterly reviews, they're scheduled meetings?
They are scheduled meetings in person with the team. And when we go out to do the region reviews of their portfolio, it is both project delivery and maintenance so that we have that full life cycle. And we have our construction engineer and our chief engineer and our capital program engineer and myself.
Great. And you formulated some agendas and they're seeing them in advance. How much time are you going to spend? Is it half a day? Is it a day? What does it feel like?
Chair Brown and Commissioner Baker, it depends upon the size of the portfolio in the regions and the complexity of the projects. We did the first round and it took almost a full day because it was the first round. The second round, I think it took about, that we're doing right now, about a half a day. So we also take that opportunity as a time to share what's going on within the agency with all of the staff that are there at the table. Yeah, and it's done per region and by program. Give me the clicker back. Cool, thanks. Developing tools. When we do these, to make sure that those reviews are standardized, we put a work group together and I asked them to focus in on what really impacts this the scope, schedule, and budget, and come up with a set of metrics to provide so that I could review that so that we could score every region and every program uniformly across the state. And so that's our red, yellow, green dashboard that we review. And we do that before we have the review using the data. And then we discuss those projects that are not on track, that are either yellow or red. And then we also take an opportunity to share lessons learned from those that are green and going quite well.
Did we skip a slide?
Did we? Because I'm on tools. I probably did. I'm going fast.
It's me, so
I
just go
skipped
back
you.
and then I'll go and then.
Sorry.
Just go back to 1C.
There it is.
Okay. Suzanne Carlson, Public Transportation Division Administrator. We also did some external third-party reviews of the public transportation.
Could you speak up a little?
So we did 2 third-party reviews of public transportation fund management and processes. The first was on our federal fund management, and we brought in WSP to look at that. And we looked at a lot of our processes and how we're doing calls for projects, for example, how we're working with transit agencies to understand their funding needs, and then running them through the cycle to get federal funds. And we identified ways that we could really improve our roles and responsibilities, training opportunities, frequency of training. And really a lot of it was around just the cycle, the timing, and the deadlines. So giving people enough time at certain parts of the cycle, giving us enough time to get federal funds online, to get those under contract with the agencies. One thing we've been doing is using state funds in what's called pre-award to cover some invoices with state funds. And we'll be looking at those calls for projects so that we can use the federal funds more directly, giving us ourselves enough time, if you will, to get through the process to deliver the federal funds to agencies. The other was on the STIF program. So this is a relatively new program, started in 2019. So there's always process improvements and program improvements that we've been doing over time, but we took a moment to really look at it and what program improvements we could make. So that was with the RLS, which is another national consultant. We brought them in to look at STIF plans, how we're doing the reporting, how we're doing oversight with agencies and so forth. And we right now actually have a rules committee that we stood up in February. So we'll be going through, we also worked with the Oregon Transportation Association over the course of more than a year, I'd say, identifying areas where the transit agencies would like to see changes and improvements to processes. So we have a rules committee going on now. We'll identify and get support of how we might solve and improve in some of those program areas and go forward from there. One improvement to note in there is we'll strengthen our oversight capabilities. So as you may know, I won't get into the whole way that the State Transportation Improvement Fund works, but the dollars go out to 42 qualified entities across the state who work in their communities to distribute those payroll tax dollars. And they really get that payroll tax money by formula directly. And we're going to add a rule that we'll put them under contract so that we have a little more oversight authority in a contract mechanism for enforcement and being able to keep them to the terms of a contract just sort of strengthening our role in that oversight process. So just a couple of examples of what we're looking at.
So the red, yellow, green slide that I mentioned earlier, where we're having a uniform set of tools to measure our performance. And then structural reporting and functional placement are key positions. We've gone over and identified the roles and responsibilities of some of the key positions, such as our capital programs engineer, our chief engineer, the region managers, and other staff within statewide project delivery. We're looking to centralize key disciplines, bridge, geo, hydro, and right-of-way to make sure that we are approaching those uniformly statewide. And so we've also looked at setting some deadlines for implementation of centralization that will be occurring late this summer. And then also, as we think about the structure of the division and how we need to deliver things, I'm looking to add a capital finance manager that's a direct report to me that takes a look at the STIP and works with our budget office to make sure that we are programming that in alignment with what we anticipate to get federally as well as our state highway cash flows. And then we have some financial coordinators scattered about in our programs, and I'm looking to centralize those under that individual. That ensures that we have insight at the highest level to all of the program financial portfolios and plans, and that we're doing things, again, uniformly across each program in each region. Yes.
When would you expect that one to be done?
I expect all of this to be done by summer of this year. We have a meeting tomorrow with HR. That's you.
Good. Hey, I'm going to bring us home here and cover the last several items. Most of all of these you've seen before, and I've been in front of you and giving you reports that we're complete on, but so several of these will just be kind of reminders. So I've grouped the next three together. It's really around just improving some of the meeting mechanics, some of the cross-functional teams, things we've implemented there to improve the effectiveness of the meetings and decision-making and following up on decisions. And we've implemented several things, including different trackers of different items to ensure that we've got follow-through on those initiatives. The next one has to do with actually an item later on your agenda item, the strategic plan. Travis has been working on this one to really have it be more than just senior staff talking to you and implemented, to make sure the staff is kind of coming along with that and engaged in that in a way that's making implementation of those more than just kind of superficial, but deeper in the organization as they implement those things. The next one is a similar one, increasing staff engagement under strategic decisions and plans. This is one where Chris and Leah have worked with different managers to ensure that they're kind of on board with the strategic plan, and implementation of that is moving kind of down through the organization within each parts of the organization. The next part of this is one that Director Strickler and senior leaders have taken on to engage more with the agency and be out in town hall settings to get feedback and share messages as we go through a lot of changes in the organization. That has done a couple rounds of those on pause during session, just because of the nature of session, but I'm sure we'll be back once session is over again and we kind of know where things are at after session. 2F is communication plan. It's really just communicating the overall effort of the strategic review. You've received reports from us, status reports on different things in our various presentations. Lindsay and her team have been working on that. It's more of a mechanical issue. So moving on to the third section, just reinforcing roles and responsibilities and accountabilities in the agency. I've talked to you before about setting expectations, where we put together leadership expectations, management expectations, rolled those out through the organization. The second part of this is a piece that Leah's been working on with the Construction Oversight Review Committee for those large projects to ensure as we do change orders that we understand the ramifications that those have beyond just the individual project, but throughout our program, and we bring kind of everybody to the table to understand those issues and see if we can get the issues resolved. The next group is around just the workforce. First is training and developing a sustainable workforce and making sure we've got succession plans, especially around the one deep. Carolyn's been working on that one, as well as filling key management positions. There was a number of vacancies when we did the review last spring that have been filled. Finally, the review of the advisory committee. Lindsay and her team's been working on this one. I think I've made this comment before that every time we do a review like this, people are astonished by the amount of advisory committees that we have. It's kind of the Oregon way, and their recommendation typically is to do away with those, knowing that that's not always all that feasible. We've been focusing this one more on how we can support and manage those in a more consistent, efficient way going forward. So those things are in place, and she's going to be working on the actual implementation of that as we get out of session and have time to kind of focus on implementing this. So those are just a quick run through of the items. You see many of them we have completed. The ones that we talked in depth about still have more steps that we need to do to get implementation of those. Just in summary, there was 3 kind of broad areas that we focused on, trying to kind of bring focus to the work coming out of the strategic review. And in the first one, you've heard about the tools, the structures, the systems that we've are putting in place. Strategic alignment was another category, and then just creating a culture and a performance in the organization. I'm going to share with you just some thoughts around each one of, thank you, falling behind here, each one of those. So as I said in the outset, what you heard about in the changes that we're making are going to have fundamental changes in how we approach things. As I think back in my career, and we've dealt with projects that are not on time or over budget, we've gone back to, well, we just need to do better, try harder, put some better scoping in place, and kind of really try to shore up the system we have. Well, the approach that we're taking now is adding the step between the transportation plan and the STIP is a fundamental change that's going to improve our performance. And it's going to take a little bit of time to get that in place, but I think in fairly short order, you're going to see some increased metrics around our on time and on budget performance. So that's, and I guess I can't underestimate that, and using the term again, game changer, and putting that term out there for those changes that are being made. Structural changes to the STIP. You saw the audit that was done, that was reported to you last month. Those changes, I think, are being made and will be good just to implement the changes that are needed on the budget side. The tracking tools, Amy spoke with you about the tracking tools, red, yellow, green, the quarter reviews. Those are going to, again, pay dividends in the long term. Secondly, just drawing some strategic alignment and collaboration and shared ownership in the organization. A number of these focused on those, and those we've been able to implement over the last several months. Sitting in on many of those meetings and kind of watching the organization, I think we've already seen some dividends from those. And the team, I think what I noticed is the team is already kind of self-correcting and noticing when they kind of get off track, recognizing and raising that flag and making changes that need to be changed or recognized. Sorry, I'm not clicking fast enough here. Moving on to the last side, just our decision-making processes, just the sharpness of our execution on things, from management expectations and accountabilities to decision-making process, tools that hold managers accountable to scope, schedule, and budget, are all things that are going to pay long-term dividends from this work that you're going to see in the coming months. It's been a pleasure being back, working on this and making these changes. Many of these, as I said, I wish were made during my career to help make things easier from a performance standpoint and delivering projects on time and on budget. So with that, we'll take questions.
Questions from commissioners?
Yeah.
Vice Chair.
Does the MPO projects fit into these at all, the MPOs?
Chair Brown and Vice Chair Byer. Yes, it does. I mean, our STIP and their TIP have to be aligned. And so any work that we do within that MPO boundary, even if it's on our own highway, has to be adopted into their TIP as well.
Any projects of regional significance of ours have to be adopted into their transportation improvement program. And so we've had many conversations with our metropolitan planning organization partners because of the timing, because we're looking at changing to annual STIP updates. They did express some concern, just making sure that we can sequence things appropriately. And just yesterday, we had another peer exchange focused at the NPO level with our partners at the table, hearing from NPOs from other states where they've done this work and how they work through that to make that more seamless.
We got 6 MPOs.
Yeah.
It's complicated.
Yeah, and the border.
Other questions? Yes, Mr. Baker.
Yeah, I think with regard to the constituents, with this plan, it'll help manage that too. I mean, get on board. So just first, with a big compliment. You've said about putting some really impressive states in the Senate. And, you know, I read twice in the report where you've said by 2027, 90% of our projects are going to be on time, 90% of our projects are going to be on budget. And when I read it the first time, I thought, well, maybe I made a mistake, but saw it the second time and there it was. That seems like an impossible goal, but I have a feeling that we can make the impossible possible. And the way you make the impossible possible is you remove as much ambiguity as you possibly can in your course. So there's a couple of places I would suggest that I found ambiguities. One is the verbs. Mrs. Schultz, my senior English teacher, would be very happy right now if she was watching when I'm talking about verbs. But when you take a verb like develop, study, explore, that's full of ambiguity to me. I think you need to replace that with implement, replace, words of action that get to the goal. I'll give you an example. And I don't want to be critical. I just point this out where I ran into some ambiguity. Okay, we've all been, having lots of conversation in and around the cash flow model. So we've got a bullet that said ODOT will explore options to replace the cash flow model. I would just eliminate words there and just say ODOT will replace the cash flow model. And we're going to explore options, sure, but that's a piece of the journey. We got to get rid of that thing and we've got to get it replaced. So I think I'd take the document and look for places where if it's not clear, we're not exploring options. I mean, we're going to explore options as far as, but that bullet should be, we're going to replace the cash flow system. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
The other would be time commitments. So every time you see the word establish, follow it with the word by and then a date. So establish, by, boom. Now, if you miss the date, you miss the date. But if it's clear and it's out there that it's an expectation that we're going to get this done by July 1, stick it out there so that there's no question, there's no ambiguity. That's the goal. That's where we're going because you're going to be moving fast. I mean, this is a big list of significant changes and game changer is right. You know, Chris, game changer. I mean, this is, I think what you're doing is reacting to the expectations with regard to accountability, pace, those things that are, regaining trust. Now, can we get to 90% in 2027? I hope so. I'd love that to be true. If we miss it by a little, we'll still be so much further. I mean, I just really compliment the whole team in facing up to some of the challenges that are inherent within the organization, saying, you know what, we're gonna take care of this. And what you've done is you've raised the expectations for everybody. So bravo.
Thank you.
Comments? Yeah, I do have a comment. Couple things. One is I'm glad to see that you're doing the town hall with the employees because you're not going to be able to accomplish this without them. And so the buy-in from our teams is going to be critical to be able to get to this level. So they need to really buy into this idea. Along with our local jurisdictions, there's going to be pushback, and hopefully, Vice Chair and I can help with the modal and with the acts in the conversation that we have with them to get them to understand how important this is, because it's going to mean lifting. They're going to have to really go back and look at their transportation system plans. Some of them were just really not great. I don't know how to say it otherwise. I won't say what I'm really thinking. Because they didn't have the expertise available to them to be able to bring it up. But now they're going to find out that these being robust and being precise is going to be absolutely important, because we do have to be. I mean, money is tight, and so we have to be precise in what we do. I think that the other part that I really worry about sometimes is with not only, and this is what the federal government is in this having happen right now, but with the state government, not all of us are in the office working together, and you're gonna have to build that team and that collaborative part. And I was thinking about the advisory committees, because over the years, that's how I cut my teeth with ODOT, was on advisory committees, and I was on many of them. And it meant traveling and stuff. And now with the hybrid model where we can actually do virtual, and I wanted to know if you think that participation is up, or do we lose participation because they're not paying enough attention? And I'll give you an example. During the time the commission was during COVID, we were meeting virtually. I found that not being in person made a difference on my really paying attention to what was going on. It's easy to get distracted when you're not in the room with your peers working on these things. And so I think we need to think about all this, because we're going to do a heavy lift here. If we're going to do it, you do need to have that buy-in, and people need to really listen. And that's why I love having our commission meetings in person. I think it's important because we can actually concentrate and not be distracted with what's happening behind us. So those are just a couple of my comments, but this is great. I applaud all of you for the hard work. You've accomplished a lot in a very short period of time.
I don't want to take the last word. Is it okay to?
You absolutely can take the last word.
So a couple of things that I just want to emphasize. The work that you see there is a significant amount. It's summarized in a couple of dozen slides, but it's significant. To use the term referenced earlier, this is a game changer. And there's been a lot of questions around why now, why did this occur in 24, right? And what are the precipitating factors? So there's a couple of things that I just want to say out loud. First, we obviously had our budget element that we've been working through the responses to your point, Commissioner. We are no longer using that model. And so declarative statements make perfect sense. We asked for the audit. We asked for the audit because we wanted to make sure that we had a clean bill of health, not just on the things that went in the past, but things that we're going to rectify the past going forward in the future. And there were some findings coming out of the audit that we're addressing, and the team already began addressing. And actually, we're seeing the majority of that audit was work is in process in order to address those deficiencies. So that's a good thing. I want to take just a second on the strategic review itself and this kind of long-term capital improvement planning effort. I'm asked pretty frequently, so you came from another DOT, Chris, did you guys do it the same way and those kinds of things? And honestly, I came from a DOT that did not do the way we do it here. But I will tell you that in the early discussions around how we implement something like this, even before the strategic review, we were in the throes of delivering House Bill 2017, which had 49 projects plus a universe of other projects that had already been allocated. And so to upend the STIP in 2020 or 2021, or give the impression, which I would call it the impression, because that's what this is, it's just an impression. This is not upending the STIP process. But to give, to flip that process on its head, actually, at that time would have been poor time to do this. Because we were still in the midst of delivery, and then of course COVID hit and everything else. Now is the right time, and we're in the time to be reacting not just to where we sit right now going forward with funding, but also to really reframe how we position our projects. We've historically planned the STIP in that 4-year cycle, and then when things didn't go well, we said to Paul's earlier comment, we said to our folks, geez, get better. We didn't provide them the opportunity to what better meant. We didn't provide them the opportunity to say, let's start with the genesis of these projects and fix it all the way back at the beginning so that by the time you get to the end, you actually know what better means. And all of that, I think, is coming together in this with the significance of the work in a way that I'm really proud of the team for diving into, because they could have resisted and they haven't. In fact, you see that from the presentation that they haven't. So finally, I'll say that changes like this aren't without consequence. We have historically said, spend less on scoping so that you can spend more on projects. That's been a conscious decision. We've done that on purpose to get more work on the ground out the door. One of the consequences of that is a hit to our trust and confidence in our ability to kind of hold to scope, schedule, and budget, right? So if we're flipping that on its head, we all need to be clear-eyed about that consequence. That means we're going to spend more on projects up front. We'll deliver less projects in the end, but we'll have a much higher confidence level in what those projects are as they hit the ground. It also means we'll have a longer runway on those projects. So some of those projects, to the ACT conversation, will absolutely be a running list. Instead of making up a new list every 3 to 4 years, it'll be, does your project replace the priority list that we've been working on for 10 years? And if it does, great, we've got a process that allows that to happen. But if it doesn't, then that's the conversation that has to happen. And so there is, to your comment, Mr. Vice Chair, there is the reality and the presence of ACTs participating in this, and we look forward to that. But it shouldn't supplant a long-range plan that says, these things have been a priority. Does the priority change simply because people changed? Right? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. And so we've got to be able to have that list in order to balance those against each other. So I put all that out there to say that I could talk for hours about the reasons why this is a much better process and has more durability into the future, but it's harder than what we have had to do. And the change is not easy. And so I just want to offer that to the commission and to the team for them diving in. And then finally, I thank you to the commission for allowing us to dive into something like this. This is a big deal for us. My thank you to the team for stepping into it. And of course, my thank you to Mr. Mather for being willing to come back and have this conversation and lead it for us. It's been a significant work. So I will stop, and I promise the rest of the agenda I don't have nearly as much to say.
Great. Thank you for your comments. Okay. Let's see where we are. We're only about a half hour behind, so that's good. We are going to move on to item 8, the discussion on the transportation safety.
Good afternoon. I'm still Amanda Peets, Administrator, Policy Data and Analysis Division, joined by.
And for the first time, Amy Joyce, DMV Administrator.
Thank you for being.
So I'll go kind of quickly through some of the background slides that talks about what the plan is to make sure that we spend some time on the data that I think helps create the conversation for what are the things that you want to see or consider as we update this important plan.
This isn't the right plan. It's all right. We are on 8. Yeah. There we go.
There we are. Okay. So the Transportation Safety Action Plan really describes how we improve roadway safety for users, for all roads, and across all jurisdictions. So like a lot of our plans, it's not just governing ODOT, it governs the entire transportation system in the state of Oregon. A couple things that I think are really important about TSAP that are worth noting. One is that it is really tied to how we get funding in the state. So if we don't update this plan every 5 years, we don't get our safety funding. When it helps to determine where our safety funding is focused. So it's a very data-driven plan that says where are issues, where are we going to focus that? We call those emphasis areas. So that's what you'll see kind of in the document itself. That's a little unique from other plans that you might see otherwise. The last of the plans was updated in 2021. So that's why we're going through this process now, because it's good for 5 years. And the vision is to eliminate fatalities and serious injuries. That's something we have in our Oregon transportation plan as well. And Commissioner Baker, you've commented many times, again, ambitious goal. How do we try to get there? So we have some trajectories on kind of what we would need to do to get there. Unfortunately, as you'll see a little bit later, some of the data is not taking us in that right direction. So we need to intervene. These show the emphasis areas from the previous TSAP, which really, again, focus on what the data shows, that we have a lot of roadway departures, that we have a lot of crashes at intersections. So that's kind of the infrastructure piece. We see risky behavior, whether that's impairment, distraction, some of those kinds of things. So once the TSAP was adopted in 2021, there have been groups that have been stood up to help implement the findings of that. Those report to the Transportation Safety Committee on a regular basis to make sure that we're making progress on that. So there's a lot of direct accountability that happens with the implementation of this plan in particular. Doesn't seem to be clicking. Okay. So as a topic plan, this will help to refine the Oregon Transportation Plan. So you adopted that in 2023. We're not going to repeat some of the same policies that are in there. What we're going to do is we're going to get more detailed and specific with exactly what we need to do to implement that. As a little frame of context, the Oregon Transportation Plan really talks about a safe system approach. So it recognizes that users make mistakes, but what can we do from an engineering standpoint to try to correct those? It talks about personal accountability and responsibility. So safe speeds, safe vehicles, safe roads are kind of the key principles that we key into as part of that. In the transportation plan, there's 3 main lenses for making decisions across the agency. Safety is kind of the first and foremost of those. So we try to embed that into everything that we do. These are a sampling of some of the kind of policy summary of what's in the transportation plan. The one that I key in on is the one on the top, which really, we talked about goals earlier with the capital investment plan. If all goals are equal, it's kind of hard. This actually says that safety trumps everything. But at the end of the day, we're going to do the safest solutions to save lives. And that is key. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Joyce for the next few slides.
Yeah, again, Amy Joyce, DMV administrator, and in that role, we have the Transportation Safety Office in our shop, and TSO being the behavioral side of safety. And a lot of what we do is issuing federal grant dollars out for behavior change. So the strategic action plan, which the entire agency worked on and that you approved, one of our elements is saving lives. Very simple statement. And we have 5 primary actions with our goal to complete those by. So already on track with the vulnerable user crash response. And we'll move forward into, oh, you handed it to me so I could do it myself. Thanks a lot. Yeah, okay. So again, saving lives. So this action, identifying opportunities to use technology to enforce speeds, especially in work zones. So, in terms of the challenges we see in work zones, 2022, Oregon saw 11 work zone fatalities. And important to remember is that frequently these are not even the workers in the work zone. These are people traveling through the work zone, often at a high rate of speed, who are killed in these events. And this doesn't include injuries. And ODOT staff and others we now have a self-reporting mechanism for near misses in work zones. And we average more than 25 near misses every month. So pretty much every working day, there's a near miss in a work zone, which is horrible. So some of the actions here, media campaigns, of course, always ongoing. Again, using those federal dollars from the TSO shop at DMV. Got a proof of concept aimed at improving traffic management and safety through connected vehicle technologies. So using private sector real-time data with the goal of having that data from the vendor and enhancing incident detection, work zone identification, and communication directly to in-vehicle applications. Another item here is data, right? We all want to be using data to make better decisions. And we in Oregon have had a challenging time with especially the timeliness of our crash data. And so there's a lot of activity going on to try to improve the timeliness and the quality of our crash data. So many things going on. One of the most exciting, I think, is a $12 million federal grant, really once in a generation type finding that has that ODOT
Once again, thank you for hanging with us and as we had a little bit of a technical difficulty, but I think power is back on. We're not going to move out of the bunker. We're going to just keep pressing on. So I'm sorry, Amy, that we interrupted the middle of your slide, but I think we are.
I believe we're
There.
here. And I think when we left off, Chair Brown, again, for the record, Amy Joyce, DMV Administrator, I was saying a very exciting thing in the world of crash data, a $12 million grant from the federal government, really once in a generation style funding. John Bonet from Amanda's shop spearheading that grant application in coordination with the Transportation Safety Office. And what it's going to bring is a modernized crash data system in the car unit in policy data analysis. The RFP is going to be going out for that system in April of this year, begin design and construction of that new system in later on towards the end of the summer, the fall. And then the sort of in parallel, maybe a little staggered on the TSO side, initiating a project for a statewide law enforcement data collection project so that law enforcement at the side of the road can really be inputting data there and then about crashes. And what that will do is bring together this data much more quickly, hopefully much better quality. And that analysis can get started much sooner so we can be making better decisions.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Will that get us to a point where we can differentiate between things that we could do and improvements that we could make that would make it safer versus just stupidity?
I'll take a shot at that, Chair Brown and Vice Chair Byer, right? Amanda talked about the safe system approach. So it's all things together, right? So it's whether it is, rumble strips to keep people from doing that, lane departure, roadway departure thing, or elements we can do at an intersection. We talked about how those two are very high on the list. There are behavioral things, and yes, some of it is people, I think this is your quote, doing stupid things. But, if we think about impairment, right, that's not a mistake. That's an intentional act in driving while impaired. But there are a lot of things that can be done on the enforcement side, on the education side that we can work on to that. Some of things are, people make mistakes, accidentally run a stop sign or what have you, but we need to work on all of those things. And some of that stuff from our behavioral side can do that. But I think we use the data for both things, right? For projects and planning, and also for us to make decisions about what investments we'll make on the behavioral side as well, to try to move that needle on people making poor decisions or being more prone to make mistakes.
So Vice Chair Byer, what I would also share is that we are inputting information on a nightly basis when we get a report of a fatality. So we are just kind of recording where there are deaths across the transportation system. What actually takes us longer in getting all the crash data is entering all the variables or factors that contribute to a crash. Those are the key ones that really helped us determine if there's engineering solutions or education solutions or enforcement solutions that we can coordinate or implement ourselves to address those issues. So with the law enforcement electronic reporting, that is actually entering into the system where we are not taking a law enforcement report, having a paper copy of that and entering it into a system, then going through and verifying all those points. It comes over with all the information there. That will allow us to be much more agile to look at those factors much quicker to address.
Yes, I'm sensitive. I'm paying a lot more attention to that in the last year because we've been talking about it. We've had a number of accidents, fatalities recently where people walking in the road at nighttime or along the road with, dark clothing on. Some of them being inebriated and walking out into traffic. And those are I'd love to prevent those, but it's sort of like, I'd like to be able to differentiate between things that we really could do something about and things that we can't.
Yeah, I will, if I may, Chair Brown and Vice Chair Byer, in addition to the behavioral piece, I mean, certainly those things happen and those are tragic as well. But, too, there are infrastructure things we can look at, should there be a sidewalk there and there isn't, or should there be more lighting there and there isn't, as well as educating people. We had a project working with the homeless population in Portland trying to, because we have a significant problem there with pedestrian fatalities involving people experiencing homelessness. So how can we work with them to try to figure out how to encourage them to do things differently?
I think in addition to that, I'm really curious about enforcement. You know, we need more patrol units out. I mean, I drive I-5 all the time and I can't tell you how many people go by me like I'm standing still. And, you know, it's those kind of things. If we had more enforcement, I think that it would slow down some of that. I'd be interested to know how many of the crashes are actually marked as if enforcement had been there, this wouldn't have happened. Like excessive speeding, et cetera. But yes, those are.
Amy, thanks. Really interesting stuff. Taking a look at the fatality data, you know, on our website, 23 over 24. 24, we made progress in pedestrians, bikes, vehicles. The place we went backwards is motorcycles. And it seems like the motorcycle deaths all happened within a 4-month window, beginning in May and running through the end of the summer. And those are big numbers. Is there anything that we're doing specifically in and around motorcycles?
Do you want to? Yeah, so Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, if you wouldn't maybe mind holding the question, I've got a slide later that gets at the data pieces and I'll kind of dig into some of those factors a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This is me. Okay, so I think Vice Chair Byer, to one of your questions about really finding the solutions that we can help implement, that's really what we look for out of the Great Streets program. So Great Streets is not only looking at where safety incidents are occurring and where crashes are occurring, it's also looking at risk factors and trying to both proactively and reactively find what the best solutions are from a transportation kind of engineering perspective. So we're going to continue work on implementing those programs, combining projects with the All Roads Transportation Safety Program. That's really a data-driven process, finding the best engineering solution and really look at return on investment for that. So are we going to see a significant drop in those crashes because of that investment? I guess the other one that I would just highlight down there at the bottom, road safety audits. That's really trying to look, what we'd like to do is look at more of our projects, especially as we look at the capital investment plan and identify what safety improvements we can do as part of each and every project. And so what we're trying to do with that is really create a guidebook to make sure that we have a consistent process for how we look at those, how we identify what are the engineering solutions, what are the enforcement solutions, some of the very things that you're talking about, and kind of doing that deep dive on a corridor level where we can. So a short 8 or so months ago, we were with you in July and Amanda and I and Tova Pelt in front of you talking about us doing the safety workshop. And the things we took away from that, 4 items: safety is a statewide collaborative issue. We are all in this together. Not everything is within ODOT's authority or ability to control or to even work on. Focus efforts based on what the data shows and within our scope of authority. So, and also factoring in how effective is the treatment going to be, whether behavioral or engineering. Rapid response is critical, and I would highlight the vulnerable user work that we're doing as an agency with more rapid responses when we see a fatality. And then support accountability through policy and statutory action, consequences for actions. To your point, Chair Brown, enforcement. I'll just mention we have a big project in the works right now in our safety shop, investing a lot of federal money in modernizing equipment for law enforcement for DUI, their intoxilizers. We're investing a lot of money in that to help them better enforce and have things upheld in court. So those kinds of things. Okay, so now into the data and trends, and part of why we're sharing this with you now. So we have this information on the data system dashboard. Also, I think to give you a sense of where we're seeing some of the issues, and if you have any thoughts on kind of where we pinpoint some of our efforts as we update the safety action plan. So to Commissioner Baker's point, we actually have seen a reduction of fatalities since 2022. So those numbers are going in the right direction. However, if you look at the chart on the right,
you can see that the overall trend is going up. That's because serious injuries have increased. So serious injuries are really life-changing injuries, have a significant impact on families. That's why we kind of include those in the same group as fatalities. So we've seen like the average of serious injuries be around 1,700 in previous 5-year period. That jumped up to about 2,500 in 2021, 3,300 in 2022, and 3,600 in 2023. So we're seeing that serious injury kind of go up, unfortunately. So this is some, but not all of the categories or factors that we get as part of a police report. I will just note that there may be multiple factors involved in a single crash. So impairment at the same time as speeding, for example. A couple of key trends out of this. Impairment was a factor in 71% of traffic deaths in 2022 and 67% in 2023. Impairment is a huge issue. A third of all traffic deaths involve vulnerable users, so bicyclists, pedestrians, and motorcyclists. Actually, overall, the majority of that is pedestrians, so 20% is pedestrians. Commissioner Byer, you asked the question about nighttime. For traffic fatalities, we have about 49% that occurred at night in 2022 and about 42% that occurred at night in 2023. So a lot do happen at the night. Over half of all fatalities involve roadway departure. So that is the biggest thing that we're seeing as people are leaving their lane, either off the road or across the center line. So that's why barriers, cable medians, rumble strips, those are all important safety countermeasures that we can put in place to systemically address that issue. And that in urban areas, really intersection is the predominant issue that we're seeing and crashes that are involved there. As far as motorcycles, I think that the number of crashes increased and spiked in 2022 is what we saw from the data information that we have, with an average about 70 deaths in the 5 years prior. That's back down to that average in 2023. So it does fluctuate a little bit as we look at that, but that's why we have focused, especially in the Transportation Safety Action Plan, the previous, on vulnerable road users, which includes motorcyclists, because we do see that as a key issue. In terms of timeline, we're looking to complete the plan around October of next year. So this is really the kickoff event for that. We wanted to come to you early before adoption of the plan to see if there's anything that you, again, thought that we should focus on. We'll check in a couple times. I think we're planning to, in the fall, come back to you. In terms of roles, the Transportation Safety Committee plays an interesting role in this. They're required to recommend the plan for adoption to you as a body. So we have met with them a couple times. We will a couple more. But we do have a steering committee that's broader than that. It includes local jurisdictions, tribal governments, as well as enforcement, motorcycle safety specialists, and others, that we really try to have that diverse perspective as we craft the policies of the plan. And so that's kind of where we leave today. If there's any direction, thoughts on areas you want to dig into, if you'd like more information, happy to provide that. And then if you have any thoughts on areas you really want that plan to dig into and explore, happy to hear those and pull that into our process.
I just had a clarifying question. Are bicyclists included as pedestrians, or are those disaggregated in some way?
Yeah, Chair Brown, Commissioner Chapman, bicyclists are separated from pedestrians. So we do look at those uniquely. So as I mentioned, like a quarter of people involved in traffic fatalities are vulnerable road users. Again, the most of those are the pedestrians. Bicyclist fatalities are pretty steady over the last several years, but we are certainly seeing a handful of those continue.
Thank you.
Questions? Yes, Vice Chair.
Just keep you. Are you seeing any more accidents with electric bikes? I'm seeing a lot more of them on the streets going really fast with fat tires, and started to call them lightweight motorcycles.
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, I don't know that we've called that out specifically because I'm not sure the crash reports have the level of detail in terms of the motor power of the bicycle or not, but that's something we can certainly look and see if the data shows anything.
Some of them are going pretty fast, better than 20 miles an hour.
Especially if you don't want to crash it. All right, thank you very much. John. Okay, next we have item I, which is the statewide transportation improvement fund discretionary grants.
Afternoon, Stan Carlson, Public Transportation Division Administrator.
You got to talk loud.
Yes, I will talk louder and I'll just talk faster and keep us moving here.
You're fine.
So statewide transportation improvement fund, I referred to it briefly before. This is payroll tax, and by statute, 5%, 5% goes towards discretionary grants that ODOT runs, and 4% go towards intercommunity grants. So I'm bringing before you today the grant opportunities for the 25 through 27 cycle. For the discretionary funds, I'm going to be just kind of bopping back and forth between the two grant programs and the slides here. 5% of funds for discretionary grants for capital projects, mobility management, planning, research, and public transit related to biking and walking, access to transit. These are prior awards. We've awarded about $35 million in the past. You can see a little bit of the dispersion of some of the projects. Some examples here are the Loop in Boardman. We use STIF discretionary funds for Morrow County to start their first deviated fixed route service in Boardman. And one nice thing about this opportunity is we can do pilot projects, and then they sort of graduate, if you will, into the STIF formula program to get that ongoing funding. But it's an opportunity to get started. STIF Intercommunity, again, that's the 4% fund. We've done $26 million. Oh, sorry, that's the next slide. This is to increase strategic or support existing intercity bus service, improve coordination, enhance access to statewide transit network, and improve infrastructure. I should mention these are for any public transportation service provider. In this case, it's not for private for-profit. And this is basically community to community. So one example is from a smaller community, get to a larger community for services, recreation, visit family, that type of thing. We've had 26 million in grants so far, and you see a little bit of the dispersion across the state here. For intercommunity, these maps may be misrepresented in a sense because you're often connecting across counties and across communities here. One example for this would be that Baker City has seen some of the medical services close within the county, and Community Connections of Northeast Oregon is providing service between Baker City and LeGrand, so people can get to medical services in LeGrand. Just a little bit on the process we used here. So it's a fairly lengthy process to get here today. We do advance notice. We run a solicitation with an application. We have a review committee that in fact includes staff, but it also includes some public transportation advisory committee members. We run through the eligibility criteria. We also have an engagement period with the qualified entities, which you recall are the groups that get the payroll tax formula. So they kind of weigh in for their area, as well as the area commissions on transportation. The Public Transportation Advisory Committee then makes the recommendation to you, and the information you see in your packet is the result of that recommendation. We have estimated, we basically forecast the revenue we expect to get into these funds into the future, as well as any carryover funds that we may have. So we estimated, we hope conservatively, at a little over 12 million for the discretionary pot and 10 million for intercommunity. Just a little bit about the criteria. You'll see our basic criteria here aligns with our Oregon Transportation Plan and our Strategic Action Plan, and then just a little bit of different weighting to reflect the different eligibility criteria and goals of each program area. For STIF discretionary, we're recommending 21 projects, 11 at 100% funding, and then others at partial funding. We're kind of spreading the peanut butter, if you will. And then for STIF intercommunity, 25 projects, of which 10 would be the full amount. You will not be able to read this necessarily, but you do have this in your packet as well. We included this in the slide for convenience. This gives you a little bit of the idea of the dispersion. For the STIF discretionary, we made these maps somewhat quickly, so they're probably not the most ideal look, but you'll see essentially where the provider is located. And for STIF discretionary, these providers are mostly providing services in those areas. Some examples are vehicle replacement. So keeping vehicles in a state of good repair, but also expansion. If they're running a pilot program, they're going to need a vehicle to do it. Bus stop and bus shelter improvements, a couple mobility hubs, and also some travel training and transit training. STIF intercommunity, same thing. This is the full list here. And then I'll give you a snapshot on the next slide. Some of these examples here, in this case, we probably should have shown you a map that would show these lines that are really running all across the state. Some of these communities, Pendleton, for example, is providing a lot of intercommunity service. So in their proposals, Confederated Tribes of Umatilla Indian Reservation, which runs kayak public transit, is running service from Pendleton, Meacham, and LeGrand, Adams, Athena, Weston, Milton, Freewater, and Walla Walla. I could probably go on for 3 more minutes about all the communities they're connecting with several different routes that they've requested funding for. We also provide some service along the coast, Eugene to Florence. We've got the Dalles, Hood River, and Portland, Burns and Bend and Klamath Falls. You'll see that there's quite extensive networks being included on this list. And with that, we are requesting your approval, I believe by statute, I believe it's the statute. The OTC really does have authority over these STIF funds. I did mention that we had potentially a conservative estimate. It's possible that if we have an updated forecast with the April 2025 economist forecast, we may have a little more funding. We could bring back to you the opportunity to bring some of the 90% projects up to 100%. But today I would be requesting that you approve the project list that we brought forward.
Right. Well, I will be abstaining from this vote, but what a nice looking transfer station, I have to say. Great picture. But I will accept a motion for agenda item I.
Chair Brown, I move to approve the proposal for fiscal year 2025 to 2027 statewide transportation improvement fund discretionary and intercommunity discretionary fund grants awards for public transportation in support of local transit systems and investing in Oregon statewide transit network.
Second. Have a second? All right. Is there any discussion? Okay. We're going to do a roll call and I'll call out your name, vote, and it'll be recorded. Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
Commissioner Baker.
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman.
Yes.
Vice Chair Byer. Yes. Chair Brown abstains. Thank you. Motion carries. All right. Moving on. Thank you very much. That was quick. All right. Do we want to take a real quick break, or do you guys want to wait? Are we there yet? Yeah. Break, or do you want to keep going? We're good. Good. Let's roll.
We've had a couple of breaks. So.
Okay. Yeah, we've had long breaks. Right. So we're going to move on to discussion to item number J, which is the 2025 March quarterly statewide transportation improvement program, the STIP. So who is responsible? Amy and Topher? They weren't ready because they thought we were going to take a break. Sorry.
Hello again. Amy Ramsdell, Delivery and Operations Division Administrator.
And Tova Peltz, statewide capital program engineer. All right, so we were here in December sharing this is not ADA, this is the quarterly amendment. I apologize. All right, here we go. So we do quarterly STIP amendments to address small changes in projects on a every 3-month cycle. Last time we talked about amendments was in August when we did the annual amendment. So we are back today to talk about a handful, I'm going to say, of amendments since then and before that we'd like to move forward before the next annual amendment in the summer. And I think so there are 50 total amendments in this. in this particular package or 50 different projects, but about half of them are associated with addressing duplications in the STIP, where there are multiple single projects are showing up in the STIP in multiple times. So it's a little bit of administrative cleanup. And we also have these amendments associated with moving funds from reserve buckets, which are intended for construction. And as we make decisions about construction costs, we allocate construction funds. These are also some cases where we're moving funds between between phases within projects.
I'll stop there because as we talked about previously in our strategic review, we won't need to have these buckets in the future to do these administrative things because we will not be programming from the bucket. We'll be programming those construction funds on that annual cadence. So hopefully that reduces this type of STIP amendment.
Yeah, we anticipate that there are going to be a number of changes to what STIP amendments look like in the future through the application of the CIP. So that should look like fewer project cancellations. Today, we're bringing forward 2 cancellations. And I apologize, I keep turning around. There's a window open on the slide on the screen in front of us. You can't see the slide properly, so I apologize. But nonetheless, so we are canceling 2 projects that have rail-related risks that we have decided are held up on account of rail, and we want to move those funds to other projects that can advance. So we're canceling those projects. We also have 2 amendments that are specifically related to funding a construction claim that was resolved earlier this year, and two amendments that establish projects based on federal earmarks as it states. So we do anticipate that what amendments look like in the future is going to change, and we put together a little bit more detail about those amendments, like summary of like the amendments where we're moving money around between projects, canceling projects, acknowledging that like we don't really want to be in a position where we're canceling projects in the future. We want to be making decisions about the whole portfolio in a way that allows us to deliver the projects that we say that we're going to deliver and deliver within the budgets that we say that we set. So acknowledging that there are like a number of projects here or a number of amendments here that we won't see in the future based on the shift that we're making. All of that being said, we do ask for your approval to on this attached list of project amendments, and are happy to answer questions.
I do have a question for you. I'm going to give you a specific project, so I don't know if you're going to be able to answer it, but I want to make sure. RBTD receives $5310 for elderly and disabled, and there's an enhanced mobility. There's a key number, but I don't know if it pertains to anything that I am doing because it doesn't show. Shows Columbia County, it just says county. Oh, Ben, never mind. I answered my own question.
Okay.
We're good. Okay.
Fair enough. Thanks for looking at the detail.
Yes, I just want to make sure. So I am looking for a motion.
I move to approve the attached list of added, modified, canceled projects to the statewide transportation improvement program.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I have no second. Discussion. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll do another roll call. Okay, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Baker,
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Byers,
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Great. I think we're staying up.
And you're up.
The next, which is the ADA quarterly amendment. Thank you. All right. Well, as I was saying before, Tova Peltz, statewide capital program engineer.
Amy Ransdell, Delivery and Operations Division Administrator.
As I was saying before, last time we talked about a quarterly amendment was for the ADA program in December. And we do bring these ADA amendments forward every quarter because we are delivering the ADA program on a rolling basis. And that is a little glimpse into what we expect to see in the future with our CIP, in that we are continuously updating to add projects as they're farther in development, and we're adding construction funds as we've further developed projects to understand what the risks are and what the costs will be. And that has been a successful approach so far. In addition, as the program has further developed, we've seen a lot. We've been able to, I think, make some adjustments to our delivery approaches and our cost estimating. As I said earlier today, we're also seeing more competition in our bidding, and so we've seen some benefit in terms of costs and improvement in construction quality. So we have 10 individual projects. We're establishing 3 new projects. We're also adding construction funding to 1 existing projects. We're canceling our IDIQ project, which was a bit of a pilot to try a different contracting method for ADA that we found to not be as not as applicable to curb ramp delivery as we expected. I will highlight that we continue to move forward with our two design build projects. So we are still advancing alternative delivery through the ADA program. The funds are already committed to the ADA delivery program, thanks to the commission. And so we're not drawing funds from anything else. We're just putting funds towards individual projects through these amendments. I also wanted just to point out some of the locations of these projects all over the state. So, and I have a list of how many ramps are in each project, and it is over on the other side of the room, so I apologize. But there are roughly 1,000 ramps covered over all of these projects. So they will continue to advance our work towards the settlement. And I also have asked my team to put together some maps, and they're a little bit hard to see, but if you look at the map on the left, all of those dots represent ramps around the ramps that are part of the projects. And you can see and that's the greater Portland area. And so you can see that one individual project has many locations across the Portland metro area. And then on the Mount Angel area project on OR 214, you can see the red line is the project limits. And then there are little tiny black dots, and those represent the locations of the curb ramps. Very tiny, but sometimes our projects are over, one project will cover a number of corridors within a geographic area. And so it's hard to put on a map, but wanted to get the point across that we're ramps impact communities, and we certainly recognize that the short-term inconveniences of delivering ramps are significant as they're in often on main streets of communities, and we're moving forward with construction and so on. But they're adding a lot of long-term value in terms of accessibility for all users. So good stuff. All right, I've lost.
We have a question.
Context, could you remind me the total budget? So 7 million is approximately what proportion of that?
The total budget for the ADA program? About $1.2 billion for the whole program. So yes, context means everything. Thank you. We will be back for the next quarterly, either in June or July, and we'll also be giving an update on the ADA financial plan. We expect that next week we're going to be delivering our annual report on the 2024 ADA ramp delivery. And so we're working on getting that published and posted next week, and then can update everyone publicly with how many ramps we completed last year. And we will look forward to being back to really dive into the progress of the program in the summer.
I have a question from Vice Chair.
I'm just curious, when we're looking at the overall picture, are we looking ahead and not redoing them in areas where we know somewhere in the next 5 to 7 years, we're going to be redoing a street project?
Yes, that is actually
That's
the
right.
way they are doing their work. And if we see a project in the future, they are leveraging that project and adding the ADA ramps to it so that we're in there and we're doing a one and done. So this is a great program that kind of is, again, kept showing what that capital improvement plan is going to be and how we're going to do things in the future.
Right, and we deliver some of our projects directly through the ADA delivery program as single function curb ramp projects. And we deliver some curb ramps through multifunction projects that the regions deliver. And that touches on the, like, we're working on a corridor and we're doing paving and we're doing signal improvements and we're also delivering curb ramp replacements.
Some of them are really silly projects, but there's one that I'm familiar with, the Delta Highway in Eugene, where the redone project is a great ramp that terminates in a gravel path.
So
The ground will be someday.
Someday. That would be a
Someday.
a local project.
someone is using it.
But I hear about that all the time.
Sure.
Yes, we do.
I had
Yes.
another nation question. So there are a lot of local governments that have
Yes, okay.
that are trying to get do ADA catch up. To what extent do you coordinate efforts with those local governments? And I'm particularly interested just in for economies of scale or efficiency. I mean, you're bidding on you're looking for contractors, they're looking for contractors. Are there ways that you can coordinate the work to get better deals?
If both parties are willing to work together, depends upon your different funding sources and your contracting methods. And so that if the city was willing and they were going to pay for their ramp, certainly that would be an opportunity to coordinate.
So we request the approval of the commission to approve the attached list of added and modified ADA projects to the statewide transportation improvement program.
Perfect. All right.
Ready for motion?
I am ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the attached list of added and modified projects to the 2024-2027 statewide transportation improvement.
A second.
Second.
All right. Any more discussion on this? All right, we'll do a roll call vote. I'll go, let's see, Vice Chair Byer.
Aye.
I had to mix up, sorry. Commissioner Chapman. Aye. Commissioner Baker.
Yes.
Commissioner Chang. And Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Wanted to mix it up so you guys.
Thank you.
Keep us on the chair.
That's right, keep you on your chairs. Okay. You know what? We are early. Woo. Pretty good. Good job, everybody. We're back online.
Hello, good afternoon. Amanda Peets, Administrator for Policy Data and Analysis. So talking about the strategic action plan. So we completed the strategic action plan last year. So we're in the second year of a 5-year plan, goes out to 2028. We came and shared information in December on our progress in the first year. The purpose of today's presentation is really to talk about the work ahead of us this year and set some milestones and accountability metrics for us. As a reminder, the strategic action plan has the outcome areas really focused and kind of building off of the Oregon Transportation Plan, as well as goals set by this commission and the agency to really try to further and advance. Within the outcome areas, we have implementing actions, and those are really trying to help move the outcome areas forward, say the type of work that we're doing. Those are included in the strategic action plan document itself. What you'll see today is we're going to actually amend some of those implementing actions, add a few, and that's really reflective of the strategic action plan as a living document. It's adaptable to the current times and to the areas that we need to focus on. And then we're adding milestones to those. So those are the specifics of what exactly we're going to do, the work we're going to take on to achieve those implementing actions that achieve the outcome areas. So we definitely heard from stakeholders as we completed the strategic action plan. They wanted to hear more about the milestones. So that's part doing that here, as well as getting your approval on those. As I mentioned, we shared progress from 2024 in December of this last year. A couple highlights from that. We created the state of the system dashboard. Obviously, I talk about it everywhere I can because I'm pretty proud of it, but I think it's a really useful tool to increase transparency in our agency about what we're doing well and where we need improvement and the things that we're doing to work on that. So I think that's a key. We put it under the customer service umbrella, but it's really key for managing our organization as well as being transparent with the public. For preservation, you heard a presentation earlier today on pavement, bridges, and kind of where we are in status with those. So that's just some of the work that we're doing around preservation in addition to other things. And then climate, that's one where we actually achieved the target that we set, and we achieved it by quite a few percentage points in terms of reducing emissions from our own agency activities. And then in December, you helped to move that bar up, make it higher for us to have another target to try to achieve. So we did make some real progress in 2024 and plan to do so in 2025. So what I'll share with you today are the milestones in the updated language. Starting with securing sufficient and reliable funding, I think implementing action language is really reflective of where we are in a point of time that we're working with the Oregon legislature on trying to secure that sufficient and reliable funding for our organization. And then we need to pivot from whatever the outcome of those conversations are to how we govern and work through the agency. So we updated that language there. The other thing that you'll see here at the bottom of the screen, we just talked about a few agenda items ago, which is the capital investment plan. That's a big game changer for the agency. It's a significant body of work. So we're capturing that within the strategic action plan. Saving lives, I probably won't pause on this slide just because Amy Joyce, earlier during the Transportation Safety Action Plan, she went through each of these for 2025. So you got a more detailed sense of some of the things that we're pursuing as part of that. In terms of customer service, I know the director at the top of the meeting talked about adding our self-serve kiosks for our DMV field offices. That's a big one that we accomplished this last year and continuing work along that area. We also have from the Department of Administrative Services new requirements around customer service where, for example, we need to respond to inquiries from the Transportation Department within 24 hours of receiving those. 24 business hours. So we are not only looking at how we comply with that, we're looking at how we meet the spirit and intent of that direction and make sure that we're serving our customers in ways that are super responsive. They know where we stand in a point of time, and then we get back to them in a timely manner. We also are trying to make sure that we're assessing what the public thinks of the work that we do. So we do a maintenance survey on a pretty regular basis. We also do what's called a transportation needs and issues survey. That really surveys what priorities the public has for transportation. That helps us guide our investment decisions. It also surveys how good a job they think we're doing in certain services so that we can make adjustments with that. So really tracking what the customers think and what their experiences are important for adjusting the services accordingly. For preservation of transportation assets, I know you talked a little bit earlier about the seismic triage plan. That's something that's included here in the strategic action plan. It's updating that to see kind of where we are in terms of progress, making sure that we still have a good understanding of the risks out there and having that triage plan updated to reflect those pieces. We also are looking at reviewing engineering guidance and standards, and especially looking at extreme weather that we see and making sure that we can try to withstand as much as possible some of those events, whether that's increased floods. So we're seeing, for example, when there's heavy rainfall, some of the streams are surging. Some of our drainages, like culverts, cannot accommodate that stream flow. It washes out the road. So we're truly trying to make sure that we understand the diameter and size of the drainages we need and build our infrastructure appropriately. For reducing transportation emissions, climate still remains an outcome area that's part of the Oregon Transportation Plan and one of our lenses in the agency, as well as our strategic action plan. So while there's some federal wavering on commitments around climate and electrification, we remain strong within our agency where we can on focusing on these kind of efforts. I will note that I have over $126 million that we were successful in getting on federal grants over the last biennium. We have about 78 million of that committed or obligated in funding, so about 62%. The remaining 48%, can I do my math right, is at risk. So Right now, the federal government is signaling that they will not obligate new funds for climate-related activities. So while we had a significant windfall and we still have a significant proportion of that, much of that is at risk, unfortunately. A lot of that is grants for transportation electrification, which will affect our ability to meet our goals in this area, as well as for using lower carbon materials in our transportation projects. For public and active transportation, I think here, what I would say a theme is efficiency, really looking across our grant programs, making sure that we have those streamlined as much as possible, really easy for the users to apply, providing the technical assistance to our jurisdiction partners to get some of those grants in the works, as well as kind of enhancing our data management and making sure that we have a management system where we understand our priorities across that multimodal network. And then lastly, reducing congestion in the Portland metropolitan area. And a lot of this is around our major commitments in that area for Rose Quarter, for the interstate bridge replacement, as well as continuing our work on bus on shoulder. And then lastly, equity. So there's a number of changes in this area, really trying to align our division work with the structure of the plans, executive orders, and work streams. So the proposal here is to make a number of changes within the strategic action plan and implementing actions that govern those, really around engagement, tools and resources, and a DEI action plan. So with that, that's kind of our milestones for 2025 that we set forward. What I shared today are a sampling of those. I think what's really important, and I didn't mention on an earlier slide, is these are things that are newer bodies of work. It is not our comprehensive work that we're doing on these topics. So this is a sampling of those. Those are things that we want to highlight that are new, that are going to be completed in 2025. There's much more activities that we do to try to bolster these outcomes. We'll provide a report to you at the end of the year on progress towards these things. And then we'll try to work on the milestones for 2026 in advance. We weren't able to get those to you in January, but we will get those to you sooner for the next go around. So with that, if you have any comments, questions on the milestones, or maybe things that are missing, or any questions, happy to take those.
Comments or questions from the commission?
I had one quick question. If you realize that the milestones that you've set are not realistic, is there an opportunity to adjust those before we get to the end of the year? Or if you're exceeding the targets and you want to set even more ambitious targets, how does that process work?
Yeah, so Chair Brown, Commissioner Chapman, as I mentioned with the strategic action plan itself, it does need to be a living document. It does need to be agile. And so I think we need to make changes according to that. Because it is really our pathway for accountability to achieving these things, I think we need to do that in a very public manner when we're slipping any timelines or when we're changing our targets. So if any of those things happen, we have a commitment to bring that back to you as a commission and make sure we're sharing that.
Great, thank you. My comment to you, if you go back about first slide, sorry, Amanda, you clicked quit right there. Okay, and you know, you alluded to our EV charging. I think one of the things that I'm really worried about in the public transportation realm is being in DC last week, the conversation around the table was anything that is electrification of a fleet has been put on hold as far as the federal dollars. And we receive as a state a lot of federal money along with some direct implication for the larger urban areas that have received funds to electrify. So I think one of the things that we're going to have to think about in our grant process when we're looking at the lens and we're making decisions on how we award those grants, we may have to look at that because I think there's going to have to be a pivot on fuel. And so some of the things, the criteria we used before, the lens may have to change. And as to your Commissioner, as to your comment, I think the same thing is going to happen. We're going to have to look at all of these. All of us have, you know, been on to advance the climate piece for the state of Oregon. We may not have that chance to do that.
Yeah, Chair Brown, I think very astute points. We're at an interesting place in time where there has been a significant push towards electrification, towards hydrogen fuel cells, and now money drying up in a pretty significant way and pretty suddenly, that I think we do have to work with our partners to see what that pivot point is and what the support is we need to provide.
You know, my conversation was, when I was in DC, was, would you consider another fuel type? So going back to kind of that low-no idea of using diesel hybrid, using, renewable natural gas, using propane, et cetera, as a fuel type versus just electrification. So that the community doesn't lose out on their ability to replace that vehicle, but giving us the opportunity to pivot and do something a little bit different that still somewhat meets the climate piece of it, but doesn't completely shatter us to the point where we can't even replace our vehicles. So it's something that we need to be really aware of and watch closely.
Yeah, Chair Brown, I might even put that in the category of resilience. So we think of resilience often as changes in the climate or weather, but there's also resilience of our infrastructure and systems to changing times and changing conditions. And how do we make sure that we create something that has redundancies so we can support those changes?
Thank you for the report. Is any other comments or questions for Amanda?
Thank you.
You tried to get axed off the agenda, but it didn't work. I know that you, Travis, were up there actually shutting the power off, weren't you?
Chair Brown, members of the commission, I will go to extreme measures to avoid giving presentations. And apparently you caught me. No, just kidding, of course. So we're going to give you the operations report. And this obviously is a report you have in your packet. So we're going to hit some of the highlights and then really just allow you to answer or ask us any questions to go into a little bit more depth. Brought Ms. Joyce along because she can cover some of the DMV topics as well. But we'll start with Ms. Ramsdell, who can cover winter maintenance.
Yes, hello again. Amy Ramsdell, Delivery and Operations Division Administrator. This winter, not as harsh as some, however, not without some significant impacts. As you see, there's a slide there down on 101 in Region 3. We've had a lot of snow east, and that led to some flooding after we had a freeze thaw and then rain, and then also a lot of rockfall and other landslides throughout the state. And so, yes, our teams worked really hard this winter. We're still tracking another storm coming. However, based on that and our current budget limitation, we were forecasting that we could go over the limitation in response to the slides. That slide, that's one of our major slides, the Arizona slide. It's around 22 million to fix. We have had some repairs in the past. However, Federal Highways noted it keeps having issues. So they're pushing for more of a permanent fix as opposed to restoration of what's existing. Luckily for us, when the slide was done, we were on course to go before the committee. Our request to increase our limitation has been approved, and Federal Highways has approved our request for reimbursement of funds. So we're programming those budgets right now. And I'll also note we had 15 snowplows that were hit over the course of several winter storms. 3 employees taken by ambulance to hospital, but luckily no serious or permanent injuries. And so that brings me to work zone safety. As we and others are out doing work on our highways, just a reminder that in April, we have Work Zone Awareness Month. You'll see a billboard there from the high school Design a Billboard Safety Contest. This is a great way to talk to children about, especially young drivers, about the dangers of driving and being alert when going through our work zones by encouraging them to come up with their own billboard designs. And this is our winner right there. We're on round 2, so it's exciting to have them engaging in building our campaigns to get people to drive safely through the work zones. And then you'll also see automated flagger devices on the bottom. That is something that we have identified as part of what we would like for our maintenance employees in the governor's budget, is to increase the number of those that we utilize. Those devices go on the roadside. Our staff sit in a vehicle off to the side, out of harm's way, and operate that automated flagger device. And that creates a much more safer area for our maintenance employees when they're doing their work. With that, I will hand it off to Travis.
We're now doing these operations reports quarterly, and we're actually going to try to expand a little bit on what we include in these to cover more areas of the agency. So I wanted to give you an update on Amtrak Cascades ridership. This is actually an area of amazing success in the last couple of years. Ridership has grown, from the low of the pandemic, and now is actually exceeding our previous record on this corridor. So this is a corridor that runs from Eugene all the way to Vancouver, BC. We're responsible for the portion from Portland to Eugene, and we partner with Amtrak and the Washington State Department of Transportation. So great success that we're seeing that additional ridership. Some of that's because of how we've redone the schedule to provide better connections and better timing of the trains for meeting the needs of our customers on this service. So great success story. We continue to see growing ridership because from my perspective, it's great. Reduces our costs when we get more revenue from the fare box from the selling tickets. As we always do, we wanted to share our biennial budget performance. This is the spending as of January 31st, 2025. We are now well through the biennium, and we are confident that even with the limitations on spending that we have put in place, that we're going to be able to come in below these. This actually shows where our divisions fall within our operating budget, which was what we did after the legislature approved our budget. We actually took further reductions. So even with those limitations in place, all of our areas are spending below their trend for the biennium, other than debt service, and that's just around the timing of when we actually make those payments. And it's important to note, you can see there that the project delivery and support and local government are spending well below. That is because of the budget error that we discussed earlier in the day, inflated those areas. You'll recall that there were more projects programmed than we had money to build. You adjusted the STIP because of that, and just some natural underspending on those projects. We're actually spending well below what we expect. That's good because that was money we projected, but we do not have. So we are not spending money we do not have in the budget. We are now at a point where we can pretty confidently forecast our budgetary spending for the whole of the biennium. Our legislatively adopted budget is about $6.9 billion, and we are on track to spend it more like $5.6 billion. So that reflects both the correction for the budget error of reducing the project delivery and support and local government budgets that you did last year. And it also reflects the fact that we have reduced our operations and maintenance spending in response to simply not having enough state highway fund, as we've known for years. One of the ways we have done that is through holding positions vacant. We now have more than 11% of ODOT's positions vacant, and that is by design. We simply do not have the budgetary resources to be able to hire all the positions that have been authorized by the legislature. So across the agency, we see that we have just across all of our delivery and operate, or all of our maintenance operations functions, we have large numbers of vacancies, and those vacancies are growing longer and longer and longer on average. There is some sort of normal frictional vacancies, when someone retires or moves on to a different position, then you got to fill it. But most of the time managers are, instead of filling that within 3 months, they're taking 6 months or a year, or they're simply setting a position aside and saying, I do not have the money in the budget because of our reductions in order to fill that position. So that certainly is having impacts on our ability to serve Oregonians effectively. For example, Ms. Joyce has set aside some positions that she freed up through process improvements in DMV that are slated to go out to DMV field offices to help. We cannot fund those because we simply do not have enough money in the budget. And as a result, we are unable to serve our customers as effectively. We've been getting a lot of questions from legislators about this, and we want to make it very clear that we have taken reductions that are impacting the service levels we provide to Oregonians. Last topic before I turn it over to Ms. Joyce is the DMV Data Integrity Review and the Oregon Motor Voter Program. As you're well aware, we turned this back on at direction from the governor and with the assent of the Secretary of State. That process went well, and we continue to do those data transfers. The governor was comfortable with making that call after receiving the data integrity review report from Deloitte, which offered 14 recommendations, from looking at our staffing levels and capabilities around data management through our analytical capabilities and tools as well. So we're going to be developing a implementation plan for that in concert with the expert review team. They are meeting, I think it's next week is their next meeting. That group of experts from across the country that will weigh in on, providing their insight and expertise on how they have tackled some of these things and provide us some feedback on how we'll go forward with that. We're also waiting for the gas audit that is being undertaken by a private firm by the name of Baker Tilly. They are deep in their field work now, and I believe we'll get a draft set of findings within about a month. That is not due, though, until the end of April. So our plan is to come back to you in May once we have that report in hand and developed our implementation plan for the data integrity review, give you a more fulsome report on this. Of note, we have been doing the monthly error reports. I've been sending those to you on a monthly basis. 5 months in a row, we have now sampled over, I think, 2,600 records and found 0 errors in those new transactions. So it appears that everything we have done with all of the additional controls the DMV has put in place have prevented those errors that we saw in the past. We continue to find a smattering of errors every month from legacy transactions and continue to run those down and correct those. We did hire our voter registration integrity analyst. She has been doing great work for us, helping us work through some of these issues. And I think that will be important for us to keep our eye on the ball with this going forward. Want to just reinforce that with turning on Oregon Voter, we are in no way relaxing any of the controls. If anything, we're going to be doubling down. In fact, the Secretary of State had a very productive working relationship over the last couple of months since Secretary Reed has come in. Have worked through some new things that they have asked us to do that we have readily agreed to, including an annual review. They're going to bring their auditors, their elections folks, some folks from the county clerks, and work with us through sort of a process review just to make sure every year we're checking to make sure the system is still working. Because I think that's what happened in the past is we implemented and then new changes came online and we didn't check to make sure that they all still worked in that overall context of implementing this. Right, now I will turn to Ms. Joyce.
All right. For those of you who haven't heard, the federal real enforcement date for Real ID, May 7th, just about 8 weeks away. About 34% of people in Oregon who have a credential with DMV have the Real ID version. We suddenly, after we began a pretty robust media campaign late last year and early into this year, and that it seems that suddenly everyone in Oregon has gotten the message and they're all showing up to DMV at the same time. So in our population centers across the state, and especially in the Portland area, we are overrun with customers trying to get a Real ID before that enforcement deadline. You can see the spike there in January, and that continues. We're seeing really record numbers of transactions overall and record numbers of Real ID transactions. So the legislature had granted us 26 limited duration positions. We have asked them to continue those into next biennium. And they had also given us money for the media campaign that's being very, very successful. But as we see this crush of customers and we want to try to serve every single one of them, we're taking a number of actions. So we've opened up more Real ID appointments because people, prefer to get an appointment, understood. But we're also we're redeploying some staff from headquarters. So people who don't normally do this kind of work in our headquarters here in Salem are redeploying mostly to the Portland area. Not overtime, no work out of class. They're just volunteering to go to an office and do the things that they are able to do. So for example, standing at the camera station all day long, just taking the pictures, or a VIN inspection. It's a task that needs to be done, but takes somebody away from the counter. And so that allows our folks who are trained, our IDLDs, and then our normal staff to just crank through customers all day long. We're just seeing really eye-popping number of customers. And it really is, I will say, when I found out that over 50 of our headquarters employees, from line staff up to management and leadership, volunteering to do this, is truly the one ODOT spirit, and I think we can all be proud of that. Title processing time. So this is something that we know is very important to our customers. So we've seen a slight increase in January, but really we've done a number of things, and those are coming down already, I can tell you, in February and into March. So we've made, like I said, a number of efficiency changes to really improve there. And our field office status. So this is a map that reflects our offices that have either had to reduce their number of hours or close completely on an ad hoc basis. So it's not planned ahead of time. That morning, because of staffing issues, we either have to reduce hours or close that office completely because we do not have the staff to stay open. So just in the first couple of months of 2025, a red stop sign means office completely closed. Yellow means reduced hours. And some of those offices, it's happened more than once. And that's just in the first 2 months of 2025.
Last but not least, our rail safety program. You may recall there was a collapse of a bridge down in the Marys River near Corvallis in December. And so we thought this was a timely topic to cover. We have one of the most robust rail safety programs in the country. It's actually run out of our Commerce and Compliance Division, as they are skilled at regulating both trucks and rail. It is funded by an assessment on the railroads, and we have about a dozen different inspectors who are trained and certified by the Federal Railroad Administration. We operate in partnership with them and essentially under their authority to do those track inspections, hazardous materials inspections. I believe that's what you see there. I think that's Chris Kinsey, one of our hazmat inspectors, who is checking a valve on a hazmat car. He actually took me on the top of a chlorine car out in a rail yard one time. And it's very interesting to see that work. They're very dedicated staff out there making sure that rail is safe. And you can see that it's a pretty effective program in the sense that we have actually seen that the number of derailments has stayed very steady over time. Most of those are very minor and are in the yard at very low speeds, are property damage only. So this situation, such as we saw in Corvallis, is extremely rare, thank goodness. And we also have a very limited number of crossing incidents that has actually been declining over time. Many of those are taking place at various crossings all across the state. And I'd say ODOT crossings, oftentimes local roads and streets as well. So that was the totality of our report. We'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions or comments from commission? Thank you for sharing, and also thank you to the staff. I was wondering about those DMV positions, how quick they were going to claw them back. I know I haven't gotten my real ID, but I have a passport because you did a really good job, making sure people had passports. So I wonder if we're going to see a surge a little bit later on where all those passports are all and they have to get their real ID. But yes, Vice Chair.
Different, some of the major projects, where are we? The Abernathy Bridge in 217.
On 217, materials have arrived back on site. And so that will help us get started and start working on Oregon 217. On Abernathy, we are continuing conversations with our contractor to get back to work.
Is the completion date sliding?
Yes. Well, on 217, yes. On Abernathy, I think I'll have to get back to you. It depends on how our negotiations go.
Interstate Bridge.
That is a question I would have to get back to you on. That's a Mr. Maybe question.
Probably have a little problem with Washington. Pretty good. Seafood.
So Madam Chair, Vice Chair, I would offer that there's a lot of conversation going on around the scope of the project. It's happening predominantly in Washington right now, and there are a few local jurisdictions that have recently cast votes to say that they don't want light rail as part of the project. I would note, not to diminish the importance of the local jurisdictions at all, but I would note that none of them are signatories to the EIS, and so as you think about, kind of ongoing work that needs to happen, certainly we want all partners to be on board with the scope, and Washington's very active.
Any other questions?
Going back to the vacant position stuff. So there's a lot of uncertainty about the budget for the next biennium right now. That there's 568 vacant positions currently. And there's been, forecasts of the amount of positions that might need to be reduced at certain budget levels. I'm curious whether the 568 vacant positions, whether there's any lineup between those and the positions that might need to be vacated or held vacant in the next biennium, depending on the budget, or is it just these are the ones that are, someone has retired or moved on to another position and are open right now, and the positions that would need to be eliminated are completely different.
Yeah, Commissioner Chang, it's a great question. It's obviously one we've been thinking a lot about. As positions come vacant, if they are on our reduction list, they will stay vacant. Because we would not want to fill it with someone only then to have to reduce them. There is significant overlap between the 500 and some positions that are vacant and the 1,000 approximately that would need to be reduced, but it is not one for one. Because as you know, sometimes someone retires and you leave that position vacant, but you're going to need to fill that. And it's a different position that you need to eliminate that is simply lower priority. So the good thing is that having this many vacant positions, I'm always looking for that silver lining to a horrible storm cloud. The good news, though, is that it will make it easier if there were to need to be a reduction. We are confident at this point. We do not believe we're going to be going through a reduction, but we certainly have been thinking through that as we've held those positions vacant.
Any last comments? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, this side of the table wants to go home. We are adjourned. Thank you.